What's going on, everyone? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, man? Welcome back to the Dirty Bird Fly Through. I am your host, Chandler, back here with another Sunday night throwback. Finally, man. I know it. It's actually been, I think it's been right at a month since we did a Sunday night throwback, man. But my apologies for that. Obviously, I've just had kind of been a busy month of June, but we're definitely going to you know, take some time and talk about take some time to go back down memory lane tonight, man. But first and foremost, y'all already know what to do. Make sure y'all hit that like button, support the channel, and y'all know what to do. Hit the like button, subscribe, comment, share out. Y'all see the Cash App up there. And as always, the link's already in the chat. Hit the link, man. Y'all hit the link. Hit that link. Show love. Show support. Y'all already know what to do, man. So, anyways, we're going to be talking tonight about, obviously, last Sunday night throwback, we talked about the Michael Vick experience. And we got into we got into an interesting conversation, I feel like, on a lot of parts about it, man. But I told y'all that we were eventually going to talk about the 2007 season. What is probably one of I don't even know if you can call it the worst season in the history of the Atlanta Falcons, but maybe one of the most chaotic seasons in this franchise's history. Of course, man. Um, you know, in January 2007, the Falcons hired Bobby Petrino as their head coach. That's really where kind of all of this does start. Um, and the Falcons hired Bobby Petrino for one person, and it was for Michael Vick. And the expectation was that Petrino would build an offense around Vick, and obviously his playmaking abilities. You've seen the work that Petrino has done with mobile quarterbacks, most notably Lamar Jackson at Louisville. Um, and really, man, Bobby Petrino was brought in to revolutionize Michael Vick's game and take it to the next level and double down on his playmaking abilities. But of course, in April 2007, news that would rock the Atlanta Falcons, and really the entire NFL dropped when obviously Michael Vick, the dogfighting stuff came down, and Michael Vick took a plea deal and he was sentenced to 23 months in federal prison. And from that moment on, the 2007 season was essentially as far as any hopes of actually making any major progress, going to the playoffs, anything like that, winning the NFC South. It was dead on arrival. I mean, the Falcons were left with a quarterback room that consisted of Joey Harrington, who was just had been a very underwhelming quarterback throughout his career. Also, I think it's worth mentioning the Falcons had Matt Schaub on their roster. And and actually, man, the Falcons ended up trading Matt Schaub to the Houston Texans for a first round pick. And I want to actually talk about that in a second, man. Maybe the worst first round pick in the history of the Atlanta Falcons. That'll go into all this also, and just the season from hell that this was. But anyways, you had a quarterback room after Michael Vick was sentenced to prison that consisted of um, Joey Harrington, Byron Leftwich, and eventually Chris Redman would actually join the team and play a few games at the end of the season. But obviously, the 2007 Atlanta Falcons were an abysmal 4-12. And honestly, man, throughout the season, it felt like they were much worse than 4-12 because, man, I mean, you want to talk about how low it could have not possibly have gotten lower during this season, man, for the Atlanta Falcons. And let me be very clear, the Falcons obviously have not, overall, the Falcons have had a pretty poor history. The Falcons have had a lot of, especially throughout the 70s, the 80s, and even the 90s, a lot of 2-3 win seasons. But man, a lot of that was just because you knew the team was bad. The team you had one or two star players trying to hold it together, And after that, man, the Falcons, I mean, they weren't winning a lot of games, But the thing with this 2007 season was it was just the circumstances that just made the team, beyond. I mean, I don't even think you can say this was just your ordinary bad team. This was a absolute disaster in a lot of areas for the Atlanta Falcons. But OG, what's going on?
What's up? What's going on?
Hey, shoot, just running this thing down. But what I want to get to, man, because a lot of people really, I'll be honest with y'all, a lot of us know kind of what happened the 2000 during the 2007 season. We know the disaster that it was. We know that Bobby Petrino, after a Monday night football game versus the Saints, where the Falcons were blown out in the Georgia Dome, a day later, Bobby Petrino left in the middle of the night um, to go take the job at Arkansas, and he couldn't even face the team. Couldn't even really. I don't even know if he could face Arthur Blank man to man and tell him that he was leaving. He certainly didn't face the team. The players had notes left in their lockers, and I don't think it can honestly get lower for a franchise than that moment right there. You gotta and let's be clear also, man. Back in the '80s, things were a lot different. This was the mid 2000s. I mean, this was when you're really talking about the beginning of social media. I mean, you can actually go back if you go back on, I believe, the Falcoholic and Sports Illustrated, probably the AJC as well. There's probably active articles from the 2007 season detailing this in real time. So you don't just got to hear it from a mouth. You can go and look on the internet and probably see how people were feeling at that point. But it was without a doubt, it cannot get lower than that. Um, and man, after the 2007 season, the Falcons really could have went in one of two directions. And obviously we know the direction that they went in. They hired Mike Smith as head coach. They hired Thomas Dimitroff as general manager. And they had the number 3 pick in the 2008 draft. With that pick, we know that they ended up selecting Matt Ryan. The rest was history. 1 year later, the Falcons were in the playoffs. That started what was honestly the most successful period in Falcons history. And obviously was the kickstart of one of probably the greatest era in Falcons history. Regardless of what you want to say about the Super Bowl appearance or anything like that, man. But the Falcons really could have gone in a very different direction, especially if they were not in a position to take Matt Ryan in the 2008 draft. Things could have, and you're talking about a scenario that you know you think it's bad. It's been bad the past few years for the Atlanta Falcons. It could have gotten very ugly. But OG, I want to know, man, what were you thinking during the time of 2007 during that season?
Well, in order for me to talk about that, I gotta go. I got to go back a little bit in time, and talk about where I was as a young man. Well, I was still a young man. Um, of course, I was a Falcon
Augusta
fan,
Gator, what's going on, man? Augusta
and
Gator, want to give a shout out to Augusta Gator, man. What's going on? Hey, I like if Augusta Gator, if you can hit that link, man. I'd actually love to hear from you too. You say you were at that home Saints game that year, man. What's going on, Augusta Gator? Glad to see you in the chat, man. Um, but if you can hit that link and just spare a few minutes, you're obviously welcomed as well as everyone else, man. You already know what to do. But I'm sorry for interrupting you, OG.
that's fine. That's fine. We got this gonna be a slow building for me. Um, 2007. Okay, the year before that, um, I had got into a stage of my life where, of course, we had 5 years of well, I'm gonna say 4 years, 4 good years of Michael Vick, as far as just him totally taking over. I had committed. I said, man, I'm getting ready to step my game up as being a fan. I was approaching 20 years in my profession, my career, or whatever you want to call it. And 2006, we had that what it was 7-9 season. And ironically, to me, it's almost like 20 years later, coming up 20 years later, we're in the same spot. But we'll talk about that later. I think we've kind of went in a circle. But anyway, um, I had put in for to become a season ticket owner at the Georgia Dome. I said, man, I'm gonna go ahead on and commit to this thing and just step my game up, start to, get in this Michael Vick experience. And I hadn't heard nothing from him, and that's another story too. Um, and we came up, man, and I think it was in April, somewhere around there, in the springtime. That's when Michael Vick got in started getting in his situation. And it seemed like everything had collapsed. We know with the just that whole situation. But at the same time, in the back of our minds, my mind, me being in North Carolina at the time, I knew initially that at that time that dogfighting was a misdemeanor. So I was like, well, he'll probably um, pay what he got to pay, and he'll get out of it. And then they talked about turning that charge into a federal charge, and I knew what was coming. Then I said, "Uh oh, this cat was the first $100 million man, and they're about to knock him down." I didn't blame the system, but I was like, he got caught up in the okie doke. So,
What you're saying is they and we already talked about this. They made an example out of Michael Vick.
oh, of course, yeah. Um, like I said, the first $100 million man, and he got caught up in something that he had been doing his entire life that was common in this area here in the North Carolina, Virginia area, and down in South Carolina. But um, it stunned the entire NFL. Um, the expectations was sucked out of the Georgia Dome. Um, it was one of those times that we went from the top of being relevant in the NFL to we went right back down to where we were. And it seemed like a blink of an eye, because I don't think a lot of people really truly understood what Michael Vick did outside of the Atlanta area, not only in the NFL, but just swagger, um, new excitement. He brought in so many new fans, not only to football, but to the Falcons. Um, and seem,
By the way, this is already all stuff that we talked about in our stream a few weeks back.
yeah. And, I think that, Mr. Blank um, was at the beginning of really a domino effect to his, the first really downside of him owning the Falcons. I think maybe that was his first taste, and I hated that it was his first taste of that type of disappointment. And as we know, he had quite a few, coming in the future. But that along with that along with the coaches leaving and like you said earlier, he brought a guy in that was supposed to had been that guy that was going to take Michael Vick's um, quarterbacking and leadership or whatever you want to call it for the Falcons to that level, to the championship level. Because believe it or not, nobody talks about our records when Michael Vick was in Atlanta. All of the content creators that argue about or have their conversations about the great players and the great quarterbacks. Um, even nothing against Matt Ryan, but when people start talking about Matt Ryan and saying that some people hate Matt Ryan and they want Michael Vick back, they was in love with Michael Vick. Um, One of the main things that they talk about Matt Ryan, other than him being a Iron Man for the Falcons and keeping his face clean, they talk about the winning seasons, the playoff appearances, and all of that. But nobody talks about the records that we had when Michael Vick was in Atlanta because he was fulfilling the fan base as well as the NFL, the media, and all of that. And remember, there was no, that I know of, content creators back then. So, as I was saying, nobody talked about the records. Nobody seemed to have a problem with it that the Falcons were doing then what we're doing now. So,
Mm.
but how did I feel? I just, like I said, I was stunned, me myself, and everything got quiet again. The Falcons got quiet. The Falcons got back in that mode in the sports industry. I'm pretty sure merchandising went down, and the organizations they came out. They was a little ill about the dog fighting thing, and they rode the wave to Peter. So because I think it wasn't as bad as it could have been, that the Falcons had was used to being looked down at. So the next few years, which seemed like from the time that Michael Vick exited the building till Matt Ryan got there, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It seemed like it was 3 or 4 seasons, man, between the two.
Between the
But if
one,
you
you mean? Between the one, you mean?
no, I'm talking about between Michael Vick and Matt Ryan coming to the Falcons.
Oh, okay.
It seemed like it was 2 or 3 seasons, man.
Well, what I mean,
That
you talk about so from 2006, obviously, '07, '08. That was 2 seasons. You say it felt like four.
it's like double the time. It seemed like it was double. Just think, man. Well, you probably don't remember, but all of the guys, the Uncle Steve's, the Big Lows, the Cowboys, all of the OGs, content creators and fans that were really, into the Falcons. If you ask them, I bet you they tell you it seemed like it was 3, 4 years. And the only reason why I'm looking at 2007 the way I did was that was when I was waiting to get my season ticket membership.
Let me ask you a question because I know you said Augusta Gator, shout out to him in the chat. He said he remembers going to that Monday night game versus New Orleans. Do you remember exactly what games, if any, you went to that year, and just what the energy and the vibe was like in the stadium?
Man, I'm gonna be honest with you, but I don't went to so many games. I hadn't even thought about that part. But just let me gather my thoughts on that. Um, I've been to well over probably 100 games. So let me gather my thoughts on that one. I know in 2006, I do remember going to the Dallas game. Um, actually sat in the end zone. That was a great experience. But yeah, like I said, 2007, man, I was stunned. I think I went to 2 games. And then later, after everything was, full circle, they allowed me to become a season ticket holder. I was surprised.
Let me ask you a question. Did you get what you would call a good deal at the time on those season tickets?
Oh yeah, it was great, man. Cause shoot, back
Because
then, back then, man, that Dallas game to sit in the end zone cost me almost $300, and that was in '06. You think about that.
okay.
Yep.
Well, why I'm gonna do you think that let me ask you a question. Why do you think though you were put at the front of the line and you got such a great deal on the season tickets after that season?
I'm thinking a lot of people backed out because they had nothing to lose. You didn't have PSL dues that you paid. You just purchased the seats. So, because I was surprised, I was like, man. At first, it went slow, and then when I got the information, and I had to just fill out some more, do some more emailing, and they sent me a package, and I got in there. But I'm thinking, man, a lot of people backed out. They just didn't pay for the tickets the next season because they had nothing to lose. And I think that's one of the things that about being a PSL owner, it kind of changed that. You had to be really, really committed, to pay for your licenses, and then just like we are now, I hear people talking about they're gonna let their tickets go, but shoot, you got to be really out with the Falcons to do that. You got, and I've heard people say that, again, Mr. Blank don't need our money, but when you dropping at least $2,000 for one seat just to have your license on it, that's
Augusta Gator said in the chat he remembers Vick throwing the ball 10 yards to DeMarcus Ware for an interception.
yeah, man. But like I said, I'm gonna gather my thoughts on that. That was shoot. Like I said, I was juggling a lot of balls back then. Pause on that, Ocho. But I was juggling a lot of situations. But yeah, I committed because I was becoming to a place in my life where I could really finance my passion, and that I always was a Falcon fan, but that was seemed like when the Falcons went low, I had to keep my head up and not let that discourage me. So
Now, Augusta Gator, shout out to Augusta Gator, man. As always, man. Hey, y'all, look, anyone in there, y'all know what to do. Support, man. Hit the link. Y'all are all more than welcome to hit the link. Augusta Gator said he feels like the fans back then were more diehard.
oh yeah, they were diehard because you kind of went on your own merit. You didn't have, like I said, you didn't have the access to all of this information um like you do now. Just like living in North Carolina, you didn't have much interaction with information on about the Falcons. Not as easy as it is now. Yeah, you could go, the internet was there. You could go up there and you can, look around and do all of that. But you had to really go in and look for the information. But see now, once you type it in, the algorithm bring it to you. So You talking about people outside of the state that did back in those days, 20 years ago, didn't have the access that they do now. So of course they were more passionate and more diehard because for one, they had their own mindset about why they like the Falcons and all of that. But now, you know, you process what you hear, whether people believe it or not. People say, "Oh, well, you listen to this or you listen to that, and it shouldn't affect you." That's not true. Your mind feeds whatever it takes in. It feeds off of it, and it will somehow influence you eventually if you listen to it enough. So, yeah, he's right. Back then, they were more diehard because some of them, if once they left the game, they really didn't converse. They really didn't talk about the Falcons that much. Um, till the next week, they was excited about who the Falcons were going to play next, and that's pretty much what the extent of it. If you lived out of town, think about it right now. If Michael Vick got hemmed up in 2026, do you think it would have been a bigger media show,
Oh
or would
yeah,
it be the same
for sure it would have been a
as it
bigger
was in
media show.
2007?
It would have been a way bigger media show. Main reason is because of
Just
social
like
media.
exactly. And see, I'm gonna use this for an example. Well, I'm just gonna use a few things for example. Every Falcon player that had a scrape with the law inside of this content creator era, outside of the major medias, look at how much content creating time that all of those players got. From the current to the early, look at all of the negative energy that was spent by content creators alone. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people that listen and that listen to content creators that don't look at the news, don't watch ESPN anymore, don't watch none of those shows where the dialogue was sports. So in a way, Michael Vick was spared to a certain extent by it not being a media circus like it is now, in my opinion.
Mm.
Because he went when he went to prison, they talked about him a little bit. But guess what? Nobody was on the internet every day talking about Michael Vick and what he did. But now, man, you got players getting drugged every day, 2 or 3 times a week. And some of them play for Atlanta and some of them don't. The argument about different things with the Falcons, that even with Michael Vick, comparing Michael Vick to, I've heard people compare Michael Vick to, saying that the people thinking that Penix is their fix for Michael Vick, which is not, in my opinion, is not true. But getting back to the subject at hand, though, man, it was some good times and there was some bad times, man. And like I said, one thing, the reason why we survived it was because of how the Falcons had been. You had lost the Brett Favre's and the Deion Sanders. They went to other places and became Super Bowl champions. So even though that's not the same thing as one of the most exciting quarterbacks of all time falling from grace, but it still left a hole in the Falcons for a period of time. So that's a year, even as young as you are, that it was a significant time for the Falcons. So it had to be, it had to have a great impact. Um, as far as the Falcons were concerned. And how did you get to that point about what made you interested in this part of the Falcons' history?
You all right? You all right? Well, okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. First of all, I'm always kind of been a historian. That's always just kind of, and I've always kind of been in a history of a lot of things. American history, history of a lot of things. But obviously, as y'all know, with the Falcons, being or one of my major things, you gotta know the history of your of the team. So but the reason why we're doing this, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. We got to stay active during this off season, and we got to continue the conversations.
Okay.
So that
Would go ahead.
no, you go, nah, man, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, so you just want to really talk about in real time to people that was involved with the Falcons to see where they were, what their mindset was and whatnot. And I get that if that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially, yes. I'm trying to see where, and see that's why I appreciate people like you and Cowboy up here. You know, I appreciate y'all and because y'all were around back then. Y'all do remember it back then. You know, and I'm really, because obviously, but this time in particular, I feel like, man, in so many ways, it shaped, you know, where the Falcons are today. The time that we have been, and I also do want to clarify though, and obviously I could change my mind. This is probably the farthest in recent memory that I'm going to go. This is the latest that I'm going to cover in these Sunday night throwbacks. And there's a lot of things I want to cover, man. But y'all just give me ideas. Y'all tell me what y'all want to see covered, what y'all want to see talked about. We're definitely going to talk about that 1998 Dirty Birds team. We could talk about the just a lot of things that have happened, players, all sorts of things. Y'all just let me know.
Well, that'll be interesting. Now, I want to bring up some similarities of then and now. And if it's anybody in the chat that was a fan back then that's lived in the city at that time, I would like for them to hit the link because of course I wasn't in the city. I
Of
was back and
course.
forth to Atlanta, but I want to talk to somebody because that was an interesting way to look at it. I never really sat down and talked with anybody on the effects of that era, you know, individually, how it affected the city and the people, in the city.
That's the whole
I've heard
point
it.
of this. We want to
Right.
know how it affected that. How did it affect the vibe in the city, man? That, that's what I want to know.
But it's kind of I always look at things First of all, I always look for improvement in anything. You know, and I was thinking, because I knew you was gonna do this show. You said you've been working on it. You just had to pick the right time. You realize, man, that let me use one thing as an example. 20 years ago, coming up on this season, we probably got we had back in 2006 up to 2007, we had the most electrifying quarterback that this league had ever seen from a playmaking standpoint or play creating standpoint, excitement. So now we got that same number in Atlanta with arguably the most electrifying running back of this era,
Hmm.
possibly, arguably. The same number. We coming off of a losing season where we did a 7-9. Let's just say if because they played less games. New coach coming into 2007. New coach coming into to 2027 for that, going up to the season. What else? Quarterback controversy, 2007, in a way, with the three: Leftwich, Harrington, Redmond. Um, there's a lot of similarities that 20 years later that we're kind of still in the same mode. Um, and of course, they had Rich McKay. They had Rich McKay. And Mr. Blank still had dark hair. But there are a lot of similarities coming up. And maybe this time we can start that new era. Shout out to Georgia, Texas boy. We can start the new era because remember, 2 years after that, we got into the Matt Ryan era. It begun and we started a upward climb. So hopefully we can experience that same thing.
So let me get this straight. What you saying, OG, is time might be going in a circle?
Oh yeah, it has went in a circle, man, and it's about to loop. It's about to do a total loop.
And you done it again,
Yep.
OG. You look,
Almost a total
look,
loop.
y'all hit that link though. Y'all hit that link. Hit that link because we want to know what y'all were thinking too during that time.
Yep. Of all times, Cowboys need to click in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Um. And back then, man, it didn't matter. It didn't matter who we played, where we played at. When Michael Vick was there, to me, we had 4 good years, in my opinion. Because he also got injured. So I'm gonna say 4 good seasons out of Michael Vick. And if you listen to just get the vibe of the people, Michael Vick was here longer than that. So like I said, man, we was on cloud nine. The world was on fire, and Michael Vick arguably could have been the face of the entire United States professional sports at one time. I'll probably get some pushback on that, but
Well, who was
I'm
he really?
thinking,
Hold on. Who was he really competing with at that point though? Across all the major sports.
nobody.
Well, no,
That's all you. That's all
I'm
you
just
heard.
talking about what about in basketball, man? You mean to say because I mean you're talking well, that was a little too early for LeBron, but what? Like no, you don't think Kobe was
Mm,
you
man, man, back then, man, you look like I said, no social media, no real, just the major networks. Man, Michael Vick, man, was that dude. You know,
hey
I mean, it was just like I said, he was the $100 million man. So you had cats, man. I'm trying to think. You had your look. Let me see. Had the I'm trying to think where had the Patriots became relevant back then.
yeah they had, but man, Tom
Okay,
Brady wasn't also thought of as that as the big superstar that he was. Man, Tom Brady was really in terms of being known as a superstar a late bloomer.
and you know what? Check this out now. Brett Favre was still playing good football back then too, but he was like a gunslinger though. So
It was two different
they
types
had
of
two
exciting.
totally different games.
It was
Yeah, yeah,
you talk about two different types of exciting, man. I get what you're trying to say, but
yeah. It was two different types of you know, athletes, man. And see that was one of the things that the NFL fed off of. You had the gunslingers and you had the that one guy that, set all the at the time as far as things that quarterbacks normally didn't do. That Michael Vick set those raised the bar for quarterbacks as far as his athleticism and what he was able to accomplish with the algae crumpler and a Finneran. Um, well, that, they brought guys in, you know, but one of the things that I did not understand, even with Michael Vick running was, and that's what they wanted him to do. They wanted him to run the ball. I'm not going to sit here and say that they didn't want him to do that, but um, we stacked the backfield. We stacked the backfield instead of getting, in my opinion, premium wide receivers to to show him that, hey man, you don't have to run the ball. We're gonna put you some premium wide receivers out there, and if you need to run, you'll run. But if not, you got your receivers, and you having your tight end as your plug man. In a way, back then, that was not normal.
mm,
It wasn't normal, man. So it was a good time as well as it was a tough time, man, for the Falcons, man. But like I said, the only thing that how we was able to survive it was that, um, I guess it's kind of like being broke, man. You get a lot of money in your pocket and you lose it. You go back to being broke. You're not gonna do nothing crazy. Versus a person that's been rich all their life and then all of a sudden they're broke. They can't handle it. So
yeah, yeah. Let's see.
What are the comments saying, bro?
Augusta Gator saying he thinks Donovan McNabb was the only one that was comparable.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Donovan was that he was more of a complete, no, not more of, he was a lot more of a complete quarterback than Michael Vick was, of course.
Now,
You know.
I do want to talk about this though, about 2007, because I touched on this after the season. The Falcons were faced and going one of two directions. We know the direction they went in. They drafted Matt Ryan. They brought in Mike Smith, and obviously they were, it kickstarted the best era in Falcons history. But let's be very clear about one thing. You know, there is, I mean, the Falcons were very fortunate to be able to get Matt Ryan, and that honestly, Matt Ryan fell into their lap because I believe it was the Miami Dolphins picking number one that year. I'm sure if Miami could go back and do it, they would have picked Matt Ryan. I'm confident. If there is a scenario where Matt Ryan does not end up with the Falcons, or even as we talked about, I think, what if Arthur Blank decided he was going to wait on Michael Vick to come back? But let's go with the scenario: the Falcons don't end up with Matt Ryan, Michael Vick is in prison. Man, it would have. It what probably would have been. You thought 2007 was bad. An alternate 2008 with no Matt Ryan, even if Mike Smith was the head coach, it could have looked very ugly. And man, you probably would honestly be talking about what could possibly have been a mass exodus from the Falcons fan base. And just the team essentially being a lot of what we see out of like the New York Jets today. It could have been absolutely miserable. But I also want to bring something else up about 2007. 2007 was, after that season, there was a lot of turnover from a lot of those teams that we had gotten used to throughout the early and mid 2000s. Warwick Dunn had left, and Gator, I'm about to get to that in a second. Warwick Dunn left after 2007. Algie Crumpler left after 2007. D'Angelo Hall left after 2007. A lot of guys who had kind of made up the core of those Falcons teams outside of Michael Vick left after 2007. And I talked about Matt Ryan. I talked about Mike Smith. Another guy who deserves some credit for the turnaround was Michael Turner. You can't mention the Falcons turnaround, I think, even though I said Matt Ryan was the glue of it all, you got to give Michael Turner some credit.
Hey, you're right. But let me tell you something. This is very unpopular. When that year when we drafted Matt Ryan, I'm going to be honest with you. I wanted to draft Glenn Dorsey out of LSU and try to come back up and get Flacco. That was my personal preference at the time. Believe it or not.
So what did you like Flacco more than Matt Ryan, or was it just you thought Flacco was more likely to be there than Matt Ryan?
I just like Joe Flacco, man. He was just the guy that I had my eye on at the time. Matt Ryan wasn't on top of my list at the time. I wanted, like I said, Glenn Dorsey and
for
Flacco.
what reason was Matt Ryan? I'm just curious. Was it that you just didn't know a lot about Matt Ryan?
I didn't know a lot about him.
Okay. All right.
Even though I saw, he how can I say it? Well, actually, Matt Ryan was more mobile in college than he was in the pros, believe it or not. But it didn't take long for Matt Ryan to display that it wasn't a bad pick. That it was a
It
bad
it
pick.
it 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 took them all of what, about one pass to show.
Yep, at the Lions game, and I was there, man. I almost missed it because I was like, man, he a rookie. They're gonna hand the ball off. They're gonna hand the ball off, and he jacked it up. And I remember I said, we might have something here. That's what I said to myself. So he did that. He probably, at least I'm admitting it, but he probably did that for a lot of people, man. He probably did it for
Gator
a whole lot
says
of people,
Flacco
man.
and Ryan are the same quarterback. Baltimore won with Ray Lewis. I don't think. I mean, I don't think you can really debate that.
I don't know. It was just something about Flacco, man, at the time. And we had such a bad experience with quarterbacks, since Michael Vick had left, man. I was like, man, and see back then, man, I wanted to solidify the trenches, man, again. I wanted to try to help get the trenches back, man. But they made a good move though. Overall, man, it was a good move.
But yeah, man, about that a lot of turnover that happened between those two seasons alone. So and a lot of that was, of course, just because, man. Though I think, like, look, for instance, I think you look at Warwick Dunn alone. A lot, it could probably be said, just because he wanted to go in his career somewhere he felt like he had a good chance to win. He ended up going back to Tampa, but you know, it's just it was the circumstances.
Oh yeah.
No one thought that the Falcons were going to have that quick of a turnaround.
Oh no, no. We were dragging the bottom, boy.
Now, one
Yep.
positive from the 2007 season was it was the season Roddy White. Someone had to step up in that season. Not just not just for then, but for the future. And that person was Roddy White. But honestly, man, and I think we've seen Arthur Blank. Dude, matter of fact, he went up to you remember that clip when we were playing the Panthers on Thursday night a few years ago in Charlotte, and Arthur Blank went up to him and told him about about his dad. A lot of people, man, don't know this. Joe Horn is credited with the development of Roddy White.
Yeah. Yeah. He came in. He came in from New Orleans, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he came from New Orleans. Yeah. Yep. And now his son, decent.
So,
Yep.
man, y'all hit that link. Y'all know what to do. Y'all hit that link. Lot of the regulars, y'all are lacking tonight. Where you at, cowboy?
Yeah, man. I want to talk to somebody in the city, man.
Come on, shoot. Matter of fact, I'm about to
I should have
Yeah,
tried to
man.
reach out to Uncle Steve.
Yeah, but but look, there's just a lot of things, man, that you can you can really take away. But that season could have went in a lot of directions, man, and you know obviously, see that everyone has their opinion about Matt Ryan, but one thing that no one needs to even try to argue about, Matt Ryan's legacy. Matt Ryan saved the Falcons from what would have otherwise have probably been a unbelievable um catastrophic, disastrous pit of hell that could have that we don't know how long we would have been in it for.
Well, you actually got to go back and look at the quarterback classes after that and how we would have fared had we not drafted Matt Ryan.
Now, I will say, 1 year later in 2009, if we had not been able to get Matt Ryan in 2008, you know, and that team would have been a disaster, Matt. Now, Matthew Stafford was the number one pick in the 2009 draft, but the more I think about it now, unless Detroit beat us that first game and we win like 1-15 that season, it would have been hard to get Matthew Stafford, though. I was about to say that, but shoot, really, I mean, you're talking about 2010 was what, Sam Bradford, so you really probably would have had to wait until 2011 because that's when Cam was coming out. 2012 was when Andrew Luck and RG3 were coming out.
But yeah, man, those years could have been catastrophic. Can we say that Matt Ryan possibly changed the trajectory of the Falcons?
It ain't possible he did.
Okay. No,
He did.
I'm letting somebody else say it. You know what I mean?
He absolutely did. Well, but look, man, you got to think about it. Most teams in that you wouldn't even know how to recover from that. Most teams, man, wouldn't even know how to recover losing their superstar quarterback and not just the face of your franchise, but maybe the face of the league, which is what Michael Vick was. And you're able to get your guy, you're able to get your answer, and the guy that would go on to be the greatest player in your team's history 1 year later.
And let me make an observation. And I know you've heard it, and I know a lot of people heard it. There's been some serious debates on just the popularity of Michael Vick versus Matt Ryan. Can can I be corrected on that? Can I be correct on that?
I don't see anything to correct you on.
Okay, but I'm saying it has been a lot of heated debates. You had the people saying that the people don't like, they love Michael Vick more than they like Matt Ryan or whatever. Now, here's my observation. You had a lot of people that didn't speak up for Matt Ryan. But I've never heard anybody, including myself, because I wasn't a big Matt Ryan fan. I've never heard anybody say that they disliked Matt Ryan as a quarterback. See, there's a difference. Just because you don't speak up for something don't mean that you necessarily don't like it. It just means that it doesn't hit your fancy. But I think that the major thing, and this probably would end a lot of the debate about Michael Vick and where he fits in Falcon history, is that I think a lot of people are having these debates about Michael Vick and where he sits and how he compares to other players and other quarterbacks in Falcons history. I think the people are really low key angry at Michael Vick for what happened, and they're just not dealing with it the way that they need to deal with it. They have never gotten over it. That's just a outside observation
That
of
that
mine.
that's like a stage of grief.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet if these people sat on the couch and talked to somebody that had no dog in the fight, that would come out. They're still angry. They're still angry. They're still disappointed. They're still hurt. They wish that it never happened. And that is why it's still a debate. It's still a subject because some people haven't gotten over it and they haven't been able to deal with it. Because Michael Vick, I'm just going to be real with you, in the South, he was the hope. He was the hope in the Black Mecca. I know it ain't after dark yet,
Well,
but I'm gonna call it.
we look, we getting there, but we ain't got anyone else up here to to add anything else to it.
I'm just telling you, man.
Oh no, you're right, but
He was the hope. He was the hope
hey,
in the
there ain't
Mecca,
no arguing that now.
and he screwed it up. And you got a lot of people that just have not gotten over it.
And I'm gonna
Because
go
we
ahead,
wasn't winning. Historically, we were not winning.
And let me go ahead and say and just say this. A lot of times when in a lot of those situations, man, people, whenever a situation goes south, they look to blame everybody else. That's something that just exists down here in the South. They look to blame everybody else, but looking at who really did themselves in. So look, I mean, Augusta Gator, I do want to correct you because you said Michael Vick is actually not in the Ring of Honor.
No.
Michael Vick. I mean, I don't know what that comment is supposed. I mean, I think Falcon fans are over it. At least we're not taking him out of the Ring of Honor like the Bills are doing. OJ, Michael Vick's not in the Ring of Honor. But what I will say, everyone tries to blame everybody else except for who is actually at fault. There we go.
There you go.
What up, to What up, to What up, everybody?
What's
Falcon
going
Nation,
on?
what's going on? I don't know, chilling,
Dude, we
chilling,
thought
man, chilling.
we thought you were ducking us.
Man, come on, man. It was an opportunity to talk Falcon football. I'm here. I'm here.
Hey, we got a good one for you tonight, bro.
I see. I see. Yeah. The fans in the chat are lit. I'm talking about, man. I see. But what's been going on with everybody, man?
Everything good, man. But look, we ain't gonna waste no time with you.
I see.
I want you to know the vibe. The Michael Vick vibe up to 2006.
Right.
And
Well, we
how the
want
vibe.
to. Yeah, I really want to know what the vibe was in 2007.
See, you got to build up to it, Chandler.
Yeah. You got to, yeah.
You got, they say like like they say you got to get down to get up.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's an old OG saying.
Yeah.
But we want to know in the city, because I was talking about from out of state, but in the city,
Right.
what was the vibe at the height of the Michael Vick experience versus after April when it started to come down?
I tell you what, if there was any one player outside of Deion Sanders that had this city, I'm gonna say it like we used to say back in the day, that was on flick.
Yeah,
was Michael Vick. He was that guy. I mean, you talk about jersey sales, you talk about changing the game of not just football, but at that quarterback position. He
right.
changed. I mean, Lamar Jackson is who he is because of Michael Vick. I mean, come on. You have to call it what it is. Mobility at quarterback position didn't come into existence until now. We've had some quarterbacks in the past that were mobile. We had the Randall Cunningham, you had the Warren Moon, you had the Rodney Peets. I mean, you had some guys that could run the ball. But Michael Vick took that quarterback, that mobile quarterback position to a whole nother level. People started building teams around team mobility when in that quarterback position. It became when you went to look at your quarterback, you wanted to know if that quarterback can extend plays with his legs. And Michael Vick did that. And that not only transpired to team owners, scouts, general managers throughout the league, it transpired all the way through the city. Because you talk about a city that came alive, especially after they saw Michael Vick in that first game. Especially after that. Man, after that happened, I'm talking about, I don't know if jersey sales started selling then, but I know through the season, oh man, Michael Vick, I mean, good, great. They had to give him his own shoe. I mean, it was crazy after that. But Atlanta just didn't know where to build after that. Because after that, it went through like a carousel of events of decisions, let's put it like that didn't make sense. You know, they didn't build around Vick like he should. They didn't develop Vick, like he should. Now, Vick was already talented, but he still needed that quarterback's coach that the Atlanta Falcons failed to deliver for him. He needed that. He can make plays with his legs all day long, but if you can't think quarterback in that position, I ain't gonna say you're gonna fail, but at the same time, you're doing yourself a disservice because you got to think quarterback too. You got to think passing game, and that's what a lot of what we're facing today with Michael Penix. Michael Penix threw that ball out of the stadium, but when it comes to throwing it 5, 6, 7, 8 yards, Michael Vick got to learn how to. I mean, Michael Penix got to learn how to take a little bit off of it so his receivers can catch it, and not just catch it with their chest down. Because if you look at it, a lot of them players, a lot of receivers are catching the ball with their chest. They got to catch that thing with their hands so they can make football moves, turn and go. And that's what a lot of teams are going to actually give Michael Penix because they know that's a game the part of his game that he has to work on. Now, where they're going to defend him at is that long ball because they know he's accurate. They know he got the arm talent for it. But that's the same way they did with Michael Vick. They played him with the long ball. Hence the fact that he was able to make those long runs. Of course, it was hard to contain him anyway. But when it comes to that short field, they gave that to him all day long. They gave it to Michael Vick. They gave it to him. But Atlanta did him a disservice by not bringing in the head coaching, the quarterbacks coach. They didn't build around him like they supposed to. I mean, we just did our whole franchise a disservice when it came to Michael Vick. And then, of course, the fiasco happened with the dogs. I mean, you can't write it. It's gonna become a movie, I tell you.
So what switched up, in your opinion, the vibe of the city for the next 2 seasons?
I think the little white lie. I think the little white lie that Vic told to Arthur Blank is what changed everything. It changed the dynamic of where Atlanta was going as far as with Michael Vick. If he had just told the truth, I think Arthur Blank would have been like, okay, he's manning up. He's owning up to it. But the fact that he asked you to your face for the truth and you lied about it, he can understand if you were in court because you're trying to save yourself from whatever was coming through the court system. He can understand you telling a little white lie then. But when he calls you in that office and he's behind that big oak desk or whatever he got back in there, and he sits you down in front of it, and he tells you, hey, tell me the truth. What's really going on? I mean, he was bought into Michael Vick because even after Michael Vick got hurt, he pushing Michael Vick through the stadium, through the facility in a wheelchair. So he was bought into Michael Vick. It wasn't like he didn't want Michael Vick, but he couldn't trust him, especially after that little white lie. But that changed everything for Atlanta. And I know everybody was wanting us to say, okay, he did his time. Let's bring him back still. But he just wasn't that type of guy. He just wasn't that type of guy. He was willing to move on from
it. What do you think about when Michael Vick got out? Well, you said he didn't trust him. But I always wonder what would have happened if Michael Vick came back to the Falcons after he got out of prison.
You know what? To be honest with you, I think Mike he learned a valuable lesson in prison. He grew up real fast. I tell you that much. I don't know. I can't say whether or not it would have been any better, but I do think that we wouldn't have changed anything because of the structure of the team, and not only just the team, the coaching staff. Right? I mean, we really had to have somebody in here. Remember when Dan Reeves came into Atlanta? How the dynamic just changed. Everything from the structure to the discipline. We didn't have that when Michael Vick was here. Everything was bright lights and Michael Vick. Everybody was doing what they wanted to do. Now, granted, Algie Crumpler had his little thing going on, but it didn't hit the media like Michael Vick stuff did. You know.
See, that never made it out. See, I don't know what he had going on. That's why I want to talk to somebody within the city.
Hey, y'all, let's talk about that.
Yeah. Now he had Michael Vick. I'm saying Michael Vick. Algie Crumpler couldn't. He was like Michael Irvin. He had those women problems. I ain't gonna say problems.
Oh, that ain't nothing.
But
that ain't nothing.
Yeah. I mean, as far as him coming back to Atlanta with his, it's hard to see. It's hard to say because they didn't build a team anymore after that. They were kind of like winging it.
Right.
We head coaching that was a fiasco. So we probably would have went through a rebuild more than we are now. I just don't. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because we didn't. I think didn't we get rid of a couple of receivers after that?
Man, we had a fire sale, in my opinion.
Yeah.
After that,
so it's hard to say whether or not he was going to be that guy. It's hard to say. If anything would have changed, let me put it like that. I know a lot of people would have been like, "Oh man, we would have been in the playoffs," But Mike still had to learn to throw to his receiver because the only person that could really consistently catch him was Algie Crumpler. I mean, if you want to be truthful about it, I mean, everybody caught their ball.
Hold on, Cowboy. Let me ask you a question though. So, do you think that Roddy White's early struggles in his career was because of a lot of the problems that he had in his development, or was it because of the type of quarterback Michael Vick was and the thrower he was?
You know what? That's a good question.
Because a lot of people forget now that Michael Vick had Roddy White. Had him for 2 years.
Yeah.
So, but why wasn't he ever able to figure it out with Michael Vick, but with Matt? Now, obviously, Roddy White was a little older and more seasoned, but with Matt Ryan, he was able to just take off and become one of the. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Roddy White might actually be the most underrated receiver of all time.
Oh, for sure.
In NFL history.
Yeah.
He was almost called a bust.
Hands down, he was one of the best.
Yeah.
I think because of and it's like
and hold on. Check this out. You know who you know who also who also was almost called a bust and has kind of been going down the Roddy White path, but he just got it together this past year. Cowboy, you know where I'm going with this?
Who are you talking about?
The guy we just paid. The guy we just paid.
Drake?
Number 8.
Oh, no.
No, he wasn't gonna be no bust.
You talking about Kyle Pitts?
No, he wasn't gonna be no bust.
No.
Well, he just wasn't gonna be the unicorn.
Hold on though. Hold on. No. Hear me out. Because Kyle Pitts' first season with Matt Ryan, he had 1,000 yards. Matt Ryan leaves. Now, once again, it was a lot of other circumstances. Kyle Pitts never really had a consistent quarterback. But Kyle Pitts even though for the tight end position he was not considered a bust, for where we picked him at, he wasn't making the difference that we thought he should be making on the field, especially in a lot of key areas. Now, just like I asked the question with Roddy White, was it Michael Vick's fault, or was it just some of Roddy White's stuff that he still had to develop, why he wasn't able to catch on a little earlier in his career? Because,
now,
correct me if I'm wrong, Roddy White was a first-round pick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, he wasn't a top 5 pick, but he was still a first-round pick. The expectation, regardless if you're a first-round pick, you need to produce.
Right.
And heading into last year, Kyle Pitts was in a very... If Kyle Pitts did not produce last year to the extent he did, Kyle Pitts probably is not here right now.
Right.
But because Kyle Pitts finally last year, even if a large part of it was, with Drake London out, Kyle Pitts was able to build some consistency. He was able to, to really start looking more and more like a difference maker, even if it wasn't necessarily eye-popping all the time, even though he had the one game versus Tampa. You look at it, production went up.
Yeah.
Just like how it did with Roddy White, at a point where people were kind of questioning him. And Roddy, I'm saying it might not run parallel, but it's kind of more similar than y'all might think.
Well, the huge difference is, and both of them face similar situations with Atlanta. Coaching, quarterback, carousel.
There you go.
Offensive line. They both face similar situations. However, one thing you have to consider, Roddy White was number 1 receiver. Kyle Pitts is a tight end that I ain't gonna say only proficient, but he was more proficient in the slot. Well, Roddy White could have played slot, outside.
Well, that's why I said it don't exactly run parallel, but y'all you got to think about it for a moment. But if you think about it for a moment, you'll kind of get a little bit of where I'm going. But now the big question is for Kyle Pitts, before we get back to, to this 2007 stuff, is Kyle Pitts now going to continue the ascension like Roddy White did around 2007, 2008?
For me, this is the year that for Kyle Pitts is put up or shut up.
Okay.
And I say that because no matter what happened, Drake was still able to produce. Now, these are two different players, right? But he didn't cry about it. Drake didn't cry about money. He went and did his job. Kyle Pitts had all kind of things going on. The injury, not playing in the slot. And he almost had to scheme around Kyle Pitts for him to be successful. And for him being the player that he is and the dynamic player that he is, you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to scheme so that he'll be successful. Drake, you didn't have to scheme. You don't have to scheme around. You put him in position. He run his route. He is successful. And that Drake did it no matter who the coach was, no matter who was throwing him the ball, he was still successful. Now, Kyle Pitts, I mean, look, I get it. He's a different type of tight end. Me, I didn't like the contract. I didn't like it. I think we could survive without Kyle Pitts. But Kyle Pitts does add a certain dynamic to the offense that a lot of teams don't have, especially since we're now into that 12 personnel offense, 12, 13 personnel offense. So he does add a positive to the scheme. But this is the year for me, it's either put up or shut up. Now, he had a phenomenal year last year. He now that he has this extra money, he has to get somewhat close, because I really didn't expect him to get back to that 1,000 yards. But he has to get back close to that, what he was able to do in that rookie year, for me to say, okay, we made a good investment. If he doesn't get anywhere close to it, if he's still lackluster with the blocking, lackluster with the execution of his routes, yeah, it's a no for me. I say we we wasted money. I'm not giving him a 2 or 3 year window. Absolutely not. I'm not going to give him the fulfillment of his contract. Absolutely not. This season here coming up 2026, Roddy White, Kyle Pitts has to show that he has earned that money. People were saying, well, the contract means a new contract means what is not what you have done, but what you are projected to do. And that goes back to my point. 2026, with a quarterback with a veteran quarterback like Tua, a very good future quarterback, Michael Penix, and whoever, even the third string quarterback, whoever that may be, whether it's Trevor Siemian or Jack Strand, hopefully it's Jack Strand, whoever's throwing to him, he has to produce. In this offense, 12 personnel, 13 personnel offense, he has to produce. This is a tight end set offense. We're going to have two tight ends on the field probably close to about maybe 75% of the time, 80% of the time. And he may have to, with that contract he's got now, he has to be that. He's going to be one of them. So he has to produce, bar none. That's just my opinion.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Right.
Now what kind of stats you talking about, Cowboy? For
I'm looking for Cal, because it's two things I'm looking at for Cal, right? Because he's hopefully we'll use him more in the slot than tight end, because that's his position. He's a slot receiver. But if we do use him predominantly like that in the slot again, I'm looking for him to have close to about 900 yards, 850 to 900 yards. I don't care if he don't get 1,000. I'm not looking for that. But from Kyle Pitts, I want to see the blocking. I want to see the execution. Right now, with Drake, prime example. When Drake does not have that ball, and he's assigned a blocking assignment, you guys need to really pay attention to what Drake does for Bijan or whoever running that.
He goes hard now.
He goes phenomenally hard. I'm talking about he oh man, he goes hard and he gets the job done. Now I know last year or the year before, he got caught with a couple of holding penalties. But he did it in a way where you can call that and you may not call it. Referee chose to call it. But for the most part, Drake is going to go all out with that blocking assignment. And that's what I need for Pitts. Because if you look at the way Bijan hits that line, he's either going to go off tackle or inside between that tackle and guard. If he stays anywhere close to that line. If he bounces it outside, that's on his own accord. But if he's off that line, that tight end, most of the time is on that right side. Kyle Pitts is on that right side next to at the time was McGarry, but Kyle Pitts is mostly on that right side. He has to block. He got to block. He can't half-ass it. He cannot half-ass those blocks anymore. He cannot do it. I could care less what he does offensively. I would rather him be more beneficial as like Charlie Warner as a blocking tight end than us trying to depend on him, getting 5, 6, 7, 8 touchdowns and you not blocking like you're supposed to and getting Bijan stopped short of a 3-1 like we did last season.
And you know what? If I could talk to Kyle Pitts, I would tell him this.
Mm-hmm.
You can become a better blocker than you are if you have the mindset of what you just said, Cowboy.
Yeah.
All you got to do is get in the way.
That's it.
Bijan gonna make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
All you gotta do is hold this guy for a split second.
A split, not even a full second.
A split second. You'll feel the breeze. You'll feel the breeze on your back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then all you got to do then is just watch the play, man.
Absolutely.
And then he could be, and then when the tape is played, everybody be saying, "Oh man, you see Kyle Pitts break that dude open?
That's
Man,
what I'm talking about.
He the one sprung. Watch this block."
Yeah.
That's all. I wish I could tell him that.
That's what I'm talking about.
You got the second easiest job in the NFL, bro.
Right.
When it comes to running back.
You
ain't even got to hold it, guy. All you gotta do is run into him.
Just run into him, get him. I mean, if you can get that guy to sidestep one step,
it's over.
To get around you.
Bijan gone.
Yeah.
Bijan is gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
And then what you're doing is you're setting yourself up for that pass play.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You are setting yourself up for the pass play.
Yes, sir.
Because this guy said, "Here come Kyle Pitts again. Man, I'm gonna move out the way.
Yeah.
So I can get a better angle on Bijan."
Absolutely.
And as soon as he does that,
yeah,
Kyle Pitts is going down the seam.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I wish I could talk to him.
Man.
I'm saying I'm just an old dude that used to play football, and I'm here to tell you.
That's it.
With a running back like that,
right?
All you gotta do is just run into your guy,
exactly.
and just make him go a half a step away that he don't need to go.
Right. See, when I was playing, our running back was nowhere near Bijan. Joe Butler was a heavy, hard running back. He was more like a Michael Turner. If I had to name somebody of his caliber, he was that type of guy. He was a heavy runner, big load. And a lot of times when I was got stuck playing guard, offensive guard, they pulled me because they knew one thing I was going to do. They knew one thing I was going to do. I was going to put hands on whoever getting in my way.
Oh yeah, they knew it was going to be a train wreck over there.
They knew it. Yeah, absolutely. And we had a guy. John Sanders was every bit of 6'6" over. I'll say about 280, maybe even 300 pounds. And he could get out there, but he didn't have that dog mentality. You know what I mean? When you are pulling guard, you have to have that dog mentality. When whoever got in your way, you was annihilating them.
You got to be a maul.
Your anger out on them because you was pulling.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we had a running back we had a scat back like that. A guy named Tracy Hill. I used to call him Happy Feet.
Right.
And when we run them counter traps, make that linebacker step to the opposite side and then go the other way with it.
Right.
By the time he figured out flanker, he doing a crackback block on him.
Right.
And I used to love it.
Yeah.
Because I seen that linebacker go the other way, and when he turned back around to come, it's over.
Right. I said Joe Butler. That was another guy. Anthony Arnold was that running back. He was that guy. He was that bruiser, Michael Turner, big shoulders, big shoulder pads, big thighs type running back. You know what I mean? Runs heavy. That was that.
He ain't had a neck roll on, did he?
Oh man, no, he didn't have a neck. Wait a minute, did he have? No, he didn't have a neck roll on. Anthony, wait a minute, did he? No,
I bet he did. No, y'all a little bit younger than us.
Yeah.
Them big boys like they had that neck roll on.
I started out with that neck roll, and when they came out with that cowboy collar, that's what I got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, that's what I had got. Man, I wanted that thing. I couldn't wait till I get my hands on it. But the cowboy, I mean that neck roll, that had you looking a different way. But
yeah, it did now.
Yeah. Oh man, what? Yeah. See, all that type I had, and coach didn't like for us to have the arm pads on. But I was that guy. If I'm sacrificing my body, oh yeah, I'm protecting it. Yeah. But I was that guy, man. That's all I wanted to do. All I wanted to do was hit. That's it. I was a linebacker. All I wanted to do was hit. And I played defensive tackle.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Down in them trenches, getting real. Lot of dirty playing down there.
Yes, sir. I didn't want to do nothing else. and I think it was we were playing against, I think it was Northside, and we ended up one guard short. We had two guys hurt, and they needed a guy. McFarland, I need you to come in and play. Coach, no, I ain't going to play no guard. He said, if you don't get in there and play guard, I'm going to take you out to defense. I said, oh, shoot. That blackmail, coach. I had to go in there and do it. But I got a chance to hit somebody, though. I got a chance to hit somebody. That was all that matters. I was that type I want to be in on every play.
Hey, look, man, I'm kind of gonna backpedal a little bit about you were talking about the white lie that Vic told Mr. Blank, right? I got kind of a theory on that. Now you say you're a supervisor, I guess / manager at your job, right? Sometimes the guys that work under you, they complete a task, and the way that they did the task, they can't really tell you how they did it, because if they did, you probably would have to write them up. You know what I mean? So my theory is with that, because it became a federal charge, I think that Michael Vick actually did the best for the situation, because he was in fact fighting the dogs,
Right.
or he was financing the kennel, bad news kennels.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he did the best thing to keep Mr. Blank out of it. That's
Right.
just my opinion. Because when the feds get involved in stuff, man,
Yeah.
they lock everybody down, especially if it got something to do with some money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's how, like, you get a guy that, let's say a guy doing some he's a neighborhood pharmaceutical
Right.
distributor, and he stays with his moms, or no, he stays next door to his moms. If he do enough of that to get a federal charge, they gonna go next door to his mama house too, and they gonna mess with her too.
Right.
So he might have did what was best, man. He might have just said, Mr. Blank, nah, man, I ain't fighting no dogs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he pled guilty.
Right.
He didn't never, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
The only person he told that he didn't fight the dogs was Mr. Blank, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So, and then, Mr. Blank went and got his money back. Maybe that was part of the whole thing of, man, I'm gonna take my money back in case they want to do something funky.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take this money back, and you gonna get it back on the other end, because he got the money back.
Right.
It's just funny how that worked out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because technically, Philly didn't have to pay that dude no $100 million.
True that.
They could have held it against and say, man, we giving you a second chance, and you fighting the dogs, and we'll give you $60 million or whatever.
Yeah, we give you a little something.
We'll give you a little something. But he got the money back. So I'm just saying that to say this, man. I think that probably was, even though, everybody's saying that, he lied to Mr. Blank, this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm thinking that was the best move he could have made, man, because, Mr. Blank didn't get to be a billionaire by being totally honest himself.
Right.
So if you get the feds coming in and say, well, Michael Vick, you knew Michael Vick was fighting them dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he told me he was fighting the dogs, but I just found out. No, we think you knew.
Yeah.
4 years ago. I think that's why you gave him the $100 million. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So to keep the riffraff down, and it's just a theory. To keep the riffraff down, the story that got out was that he lied to Mr. Blank.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, man. A lot of people act like that Mr. Blank took that real bad, that the man lied to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I just didn't see that reaction, man, even if it was a lie.
You know what? That probably hurt Blank more than he was upset about it. It probably hurt him. And the reason it was so bad for him, it worked out so bad for him, first and foremost, he did it in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Right.
As opposed to down here in Atlanta. Now, if he had did that here in Atlanta, it would have been a misdemeanor charge. He would have got slapped on the wrist. He wouldn't even have missed a game. But because it happened in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and in conjunction with it being in the Commonwealth, it was tied to a drug ring that his family couldn't keep his mouth shut about.
And the money that funded it came out of Georgia.
Exactly.
So I'm telling you, man, and it might come out another 10, might, if Mr. Blank ever leave this earth, it might come out. I'm telling you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the best move Vic made in the with everything that was on the table.
Right.
Sometimes, man, you just can't tell everybody everything, man.
Right. Right.
I'm just being real with you. Just like I said earlier, the example, I worked in a corporation where the job that I had, and I know you familiar with lockout, tag out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, with OSHA and all of that. I've done some tasks that I did it not to get injured, but time was a factor, so I did what I had to do.
Right.
And I couldn't say nothing to my manager about, well,
what you did
right,
to get
the way I did it. No way.
Yeah.
Because I would have put him on the spot and he would have had to write me up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm looking at it like that. Like I tell people all the time, I look at it from a corporate standpoint. So with that being said, I think the best thing for me to do not tell Mr. Blank nothing.
Right.
He might get mad at me and whatever. I'll tell him on the back end.
Right. Right.
Because if Mr. Blank was that mad, he would have never went to Virginia to see Michael Vick after he got out of prison. If he were that mad. Because when Michael Vick got out of prison, Mr. Blank flew to Virginia to see him. He might have slid him some of that money back. I'm just saying, that's just a theory. So, because federal investigation is a whole lot different than just a regular investigation. And like Cowboy said, by it being Commonwealth, shoot, them boys would have, hey, we're going to go ahead and see Mr. Blank, see if any of that money filtered into directly from Mr. Blank to that whole operation. They claiming he a gangster anyway. Where you at, Chandler? Oh, Chandler might be done stepped away. But anyway, we talking about the Michael Vick experience and how did it affect the city as well as the world.
Yeah.
In 2007.
It did a lot more damage than that situation. It did a lot more damage to not just the team, but the city, right? Because I mean, you talk about you getting rid of one player, 53 people on the team. You getting rid of one player, and what's affected is the team offensive identity, right? You got the franchise marketing cornerstone that's no longer part of the team. Because you at the time when you marketed Michael Vick, you marketed the Falcons, right? Because he put them on their shoulder. But then you talk about a city icon, a cultural icon. He was the culture, right? So,
yes, he was.
And he was that guy that you said, okay, we got that quarterback solidified. Let's go ahead and start building this team around it. And once we lost him, you typically starting over because you had some older guys on the team that the following season wasn't going to be there. So you got your young guy quarterback that's no longer around. Now where do you start? Where do you turn? Right. And I think that's Michael Vick was probably the only reason why Petrino even came to Atlanta.
Oh,
he was a dynamic player like Michael Vick.
Boy, he was ready to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was ready to change the game and get over his daddy's name.
Yeah, that part.
He was gonna be, they were gonna say his whole name. After if he was, they were gonna call his whole name.
Oh, for
Shoot,
sure,
after
for sure.
if he would have been able to work with Michael Vick.
Right.
And check this out now. Just little things like, even though I think Iverson and Vic started doing the little braids in their hair at the same time,
Right.
and the do rags,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Right.
All of those
Exactly.
little things that are um still in the mix to this day. There's
Yeah.
little things that people take for granted
Absolutely.
that, and both of those guys, I said this on another show, them guys was from the area, the same area.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they used to call I was on Bubba Chuck
Okay.
back in the day.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, he was a legend, man. But he played quarterback also.
Right. 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 Yeah.
Yeah.
True that. And
Yep.
that's why Reebok had no problem going back and signing
Yeah.
Iverson to that deal. They had no
Oh
problem
yeah.
because
Lifetime.
the culture, everybody, they're still doing it. The big oversized jersey, the big oversized shorts, the
Yeah.
cornrows,
Yep.
people are still doing it. I mean,
They still doing
yeah,
it, man, and people don't think that it came from that area, man.
right,
And those guys are still icons,
yeah,
in their own individual way.
yeah. And,
Um,
and to see how
but look, man, go
Michael
ahead.
Vick changed the quarterback room, like before Michael Vick came, like I said, you had the Randall Cunninghams. You had people who could run the ball, but at the same time, Randall Cunningham was a guy that can play quarterback too. So you didn't really depend on him to make runs unless something went haywire with the play. But Michael Vick was a guy that you can scheme your whole offense around. So that's why you now people go into the combine. Well, people go into teams that go looking for quarterbacks in the draft. They looking at what quarterback can make plays with their legs, extend plays, because it's a key attribute when it comes to converting third down, fourth downs. On the field, and you more opt to get it than not get it if you didn't have that mobile quarterback. A mobile quarterback enables you to extend plays. And I'm not big on having a quarterback like a Lamar Jackson or Michael Vick. I'm not that guy.
No,
I'd rather have a quarterback with a head on his shoulders that can get mobile if called upon. To extend plays, not to turn plays, but to extend plays. And like Matt Ryan, early in his career, Matt Ryan could do it. But I think Matt Ryan needs his legs and to stop enabling him to do it. Plus, we didn't have a good offensive line. So, yeah, I mean, like Tom Brady. Tom Brady wasn't a mobile quarterback by no means. But if he had to, he can go out there and pick up 5-6 yards, depending on what down you on, how many yards you need, for that first down. He will do it, or at least attempt to do it. I don't want a quarterback that just ain't got no mobility at all, period. All he can do is just drop back and throw the ball. And Michael Vick took that and ran with it. And my mentality was, okay, we got a guy that's dynamic with his legs. He's played quarterback all through college. So all we need to do is get a quarterback's coach in here to show him how to finesse the quarterback position. And we never did do that for Michael Vick. It's sad that we didn't do it. It cost us for not being able to do that. Because who knows where we have went with Michael Vick? Who knows? But he didn't
but
have that development.
you know what, man? We're notorious for non-development.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm so big on moving on from Trevor Siemian and actually put a true development behind Jack Strand and Michael Penix, because they're the future. I don't know how much Tua got left in him. I really don't. I'm not saying he's too old and he can't do it no more. But for this season coming up, for me, Tua is that guy. But if we're going to bet on the future, I got to say we got to develop Penix some kind of way, at least get him healthy to the point where he can be developed and compete. But if not, we still got Jack Strand back there, who's a developmental powerhouse, in my opinion.
Hey,
But
you know what? You know what though, and I'm gonna piggyback on where you going with this. Like I
Mm.
said, I'm coming from a corporate standpoint. You know,
Uh-huh.
when we train people to be a machine operator to manufacture the tires, right?
Right.
When we recruited people to come to the tire room, um, we wanted the people that we could train that didn't have a lot of bad habits.
Right. Right.
You see where I'm going with
Yeah.
this?
True that. True that.
So
Exactly.
even with Penix,
Mm.
even with and Trevor,
Right.
Penix, I'm not gonna say he got too many bad habits, but he's headed that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, to where you can't change his muscle memory.
Right.
And
Exactly.
Trevor, we already know.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
got too many bad habits. That's why you haven't been able to be a real starter.
Exactly.
But like you just said, and a lot of people thinking that everybody getting hyped over this Strand guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's raw. He's green.
Yep.
He is
Got,
raw and green.
mm-hmm.
And right now,
He's coachable.
of all of the seasons that we've had people that needed development,
Mm-hmm.
we have the personnel to really develop a guy that can be developed at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
we need to use them for that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm.
if Strand is that guy that they see the potential, they talking about his footwork. Okay.
Right. Right.
All right. He has, and I've seen some tape on him where they're saying, um, they need to work on his footwork.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody's talking about his throwing motion.
Yeah. True that.
Nobody's talking about keeping his eyes downfield. Nobody's
Mm-hmm.
talking about him staring down receivers.
Right.
Nobody's talking about being accurate.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about none of that.
Yeah. You're talking about his footwork.
The only two things they're talking about is footwork, and he played D2.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and I answered a comment earlier where a guy says, "Oh, everybody looks good in shorts and helmets," and I said that's part. I said that's a part of the process, though.
Exactly. But I tell
You
you
got a
who
lot of
didn't
guys
look
that don't
good.
even make it past that.
I tell you who didn't look good his first year in those shorts and t-shirts and only and shoulder pads only. Tom Brady.
Right, right,
Tom Brady. Look, and Tom Brady, even to the day he retired, he didn't have no good footwork.
man.
Yeah.
Listen, man. Hey, Tom Brady knew what his weakness was,
Yeah.
and he enhanced
Mm-hmm.
all of his other abilities
Yeah. Yeah.
and to become what he became.
Yeah.
And
I
he
think like you
surrounded and
said
he was
though,
go ahead.
he knew his weakness and he didn't allow teams, even if they knew his weakness, he didn't allow teams to put him in a position where he had to fall on his weakness.
Oh
You know
no,
what I
you
mean?
was not going to exploit
Yeah,
Tom Brady.
he wasn't going to exploit Tom. Exactly.
You were not going to do it.
Exactly.
And that's what, like I said, I'm just piggybacking.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we have the people in place. I think we got more developmental, proven coaches, position coaches, and coordinators
Right.
that the Falcons have ever had.
Right. Yeah.
So
Now,
if
yeah.
you
I mean,
if you see
hands
some
down.
raw talent out there, they
Yeah.
need to work with these players. And like they said, they're gonna retain,
Mm-hmm.
draft, and develop.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So that's just me. That
Thinking if I'm looking at it right, uh, I'm thinking they're going to like Jack Strand. Now they may not want to put him on the practice squad, but I think he may end up there. They may not want to put him there, but I think he's going to end up there. And because a lot of teams aren't looking for a quarterback, I'm hoping that he remains there, stay there until we call upon for him.
I
But
thought
if
I thought
there's,
the number 3 quarterback didn't have to be on the practice squad.
it depends. Because remember last season, I was number 3 guy. He was on the practice squad.
Okay.
Emory Jones Emory Jones on IR. Easton Stick was on the practice squad. Yeah, that's what it was.
Well, then if you're allowed to have a number 3 quarterback and you put him on the practice squad and somebody can pick him up, then you
That's what
didn't
I'm
gain
afraid of.
anything.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You didn't gain anything.
Yeah, well, because you gotta figure out what you're gonna do with Trevor Siemian too, because they picked him up for a reason. I don't know why, but they picked him up for a reason.
Oh, they let Easton Stick go.
Yeah, they let him go.
Okay.
Yeah, Easton Stick got gone. Yeah.
Well, we'll see a lot of Strand in the preseason.
Yeah,
I guarantee you that.
Absolutely. And I'm hoping he does it. And look, I know that.
Ron, what's going on? Hit that link.
What's going on, Ron? I want the smoke. I want the smoke. People saying that Jack Strand don't have a chance. If I'm looking for the future, I got two in here who got at least 2-3 more years in him. And I'm looking at the future. I'm keeping Jack Strand here to compete for that number 2 spot.
I keep him too. I keep him on the strength that I went out there and found this guy, because they had to do quite a bit of scouting.
Yeah.
To pluck this guy up.
Yeah. And look, to everybody in the chat and everybody who don't know, this man could have very well played D1. He got the offers.
Yeah, he chose to stay with his team.
He turned those D1 offers down. So it's not like he can't play D1 ball. Auburn will tell you, yeah, we wanted him here. Auburn will tell you, Florida will say, hey, Florida Gators, yeah, we wanted him here. So don't act like he can't play D1. He couldn't play D1 ball. He chose to stay where he was. That's why I'm saying, hey, now look, I would love to have seen him play against better competition than D2. But the thing it is, he still played football. You still see the plus of this man. You see it. You see the huge upside. Now, I'm not glazing him by no means, right? Because he's still a rookie at the end of the day. But at the same time, when you look at his film and you go back and you watch the game footage, not just shorts, not just TikTok videos. When you go back and you pull up the game footage of what he was able to do, Jack Strand is a leader amongst men. He's a leader on the field. This is the same thing we were saying about what's his name? Brockenmeyer. That's his name, Jack Brockenmeyer from Miami, the center. That's the same thing we were saying about him on that offensive line with Miami. He was showing guys where to go, showing guys what to do. He was talking guys up. And you see that in Jack Strand. You saw that in Jack Strand on the field. And whenever he was speaking, he commanded the huddle, and guys did exactly what he wanted them to do, and they succeeded. Now, were they a dynamic team? No, not by no means. He wasn't dynamic. But at the same time, you see this huge ceiling. You see this huge upside with this kid. He's gonna come in here. He's a big boy. He may or may not come in here be no doggone Cam Newton. He the same size as Cam Newton.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you know why Jack Strand wasn't highly touted out of high school by major D1 schools? Do you know why?
Well, he was actually, I know he was taught. What my list there? He was taught it. He was actually. I may have to pull it back up. But he turned down some D1 offers. So they wanted him, but he wasn't highly regarded as a Cam Newton coming out.
He actually made a smart move. I'm gonna tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Strand played in an offense in high school. They mostly played wing T.
Okay.
So they didn't throw the ball much.
Okay.
They didn't pass
Okay.
the ball much. There's a high school in North Carolina that done won 9 state championships where Todd Gurley went.
Yeah.
They ran the wing T. So if you run the wing T,
Mm-hmm.
your quarterback is not going to be a prolific passer
Okay.
as other schemes. So in a way, that was a good move for him.
Right.
For him to go to Division II, to where that they were going to help develop his passing.
Right. Right. Right.
And that also explains why he still needs to work on his footwork.
For sure. For sure.
Because of anybody that knows what the wing T is, you're running a lot of dives, you're running a lot of misdirection running plays where you got
Right.
3 running backs in the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said earlier, piggybacking off what you said, sky the limit for that cat, man. If he can keep developing
Right.
from a non-throwing high school quarterback to a throwing quarterback in college,
Yeah.
even at the D2 level.
Yeah.
Ron, what's up, man?
What's up, Ron?
Brother Ron. Brother Ron.
What's up?
What's going on, big dog?
Yeah, trying to stay cool down here, man. Man, I feel like Kuta Kinte out here. Boy.
Yeah, you hot then, boy.
Man. Hey, y'all, give me a second. Give me a second. The white calling me.
Look, he didn't say Toby. He said Kunta Kinte.
Yeah, it's
Cowboy getting in trouble right now.
Yeah, he got to break. He got to break it down.
Man,
yeah, we got Ron. Hey man, I don't know how long you've been listening, man. We were talking about Michael Vick, 2007 season. Were you in Atlanta in 2007?
Yes.
Talk about the vibe of the city, man. At the height of Vick, and then when everything went down.
Michael Vick was like a superstar. The whole city was on fire. The whole city. It was different. It was like the years we had Deion Sanders. Michael Vick to do anything to get away with in the city of Atlanta. I never seen a quarterback be in rappers' videos.
He sure was in that T.I. video.
Right. Michael Vick was in T.I. video. Make that make sense. Michael Vick had his own brand. He did not even have to say nothing. They'd be like, oh shit, that's your Michael Vick right there.
A lot of ways, man, Michael Vick was the culture.
Right, Michael Vick was the culture. If you did not know football, you knew football then. You knew Michael Vick. I mean, I was at the stadium. I ain't never seen nothing like it.
Yeah, it was crazy, man.
It was crazy. People would come to the stadium just to watch Michael Vick. It was different.
Man, they didn't even realize that Michael Vick was making so much money in the NFL for the NFL that they did some contracts. It was like, Ringling Brothers when the Atlanta Falcons went on the road. And I think them boys had negotiated some ticket money at the other stadiums, because they said every game that Michael Vick was in, especially in the Georgia Dome, it was sold out.
Question?
Yes.
Do we think he is going to get put in the Ring of Honor?
It depends who you asking. Some people say yes, some people say no.
I don't think so.
It just depends who you ask around the city. Some
I
people
wish
be
you
like,
would.
oh, that dog thing messed him up. And some people be like, yeah, he deserved to be in there.
But listen at the name of the accolade, the Ring of Honor. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
But then isn't OJ getting put in the Bills ring? Wasn't he in the Bills Ring of Honor? Or are they removing him?
Before he got in trouble,
ain't OJ getting taken out?
Yeah,
they probably gonna take him out.
that's he will not have a statue in Buffalo at the new stadium.
Like I said, the Ring of Honor.
But isn't like I'm trying to think of famous athletes that's in a franchise Ring of Honor that's done something bad. Who's a good one? I'm trying to think.
And while you thinking of that, like Ron said, it depends on who you ask.
It
And
depends.
the same thing is, if you do find somebody that did something crazy that's in the Ring of Honor, it depends on the demographic of where it is. New York, they probably look at things different than we do down south.
Right. It
Uh,
I hate to go here.
Isn't Brett Favre in the Packers Ring of Honor?
I don't
you
know.
talking about?
Somebody look
Are
that
you
up.
talking
Chandler.
about? Are you talking about Super Bowl winning Brett Favre? Hint.
Yeah.
He going what did he do bad? Talking about the money?
Yeah. The scandal.
Oh shoot. I think that
Because he stole money from Southern Miss.
But
when did he steal
again,
it?
This was recently, right? It's like a couple years ago.
But how long has he been in the Ring of Honor? I mean, how long he been enshrined in whatever they got at Green Bay?
you got
At least 10 years.
again, it different. It depends who you ask.
Depending on who you ask.
Because Packers fans won't support Brett Favre.
They don't?
They don't.
Well, they can afford to do that because they got multiple Super Bowls. I think Aaron Rodgers' Super Bowl overshadows all of the riffraff. So that's what I'm thinking. But again, depending on who you ask.
Yeah. True.
But I don't think that Brett Favre should be taken out of the Ring of Honor because of
The accolades on the field.
that. Yeah, I think that by him retiring from the sport,
Yeah.
I think that they should just leave that alone. Now, would they try that in Atlanta? They probably would. They probably, if Michael Vick was, let's just say, if they talk about putting Michael Vick into the Ring of Honor, man, again, depending on who you ask, it'd be, if they say, man, we thinking about putting Michael Vick in the Ring of Honor, that'd be something to see.
It's gonna be a riot.
Because Peter coming back out.
Right.
Peter coming out. Peter gonna come down to the stadium and say, nah, don't put him up there.
Right.
Don't do it.
It just depends who you talk to. Some people like Michael Vick for what he done on the field. And let me say that a lot of people cannot separate from the field
So off the field.
Off the field. That was wrong with the Hall of Fame now. A lot of people supposed to be in the Hall of Fame, but they got in trouble off the field, and so
With her.
now they cannot get in there.
Like Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick, T.O., Ocho Cinco, all these guys did a lot of work on the field. But once again, people cannot separate the two. They cannot separate that.
Ron, let me ask you a question. I'm gonna ask Cowboy this question when he come back. I made a comment earlier that I felt like that a lot of the issues with the discussions that Michael Vick's name is still involved in, and it becomes such a controversial discussion, be it him, comparing him to Matt Ryan or
Right.
comparing him to the other players, the greater players that was with the Falcons. I said in an opinion and a theory that a lot of people are disappointed and hurt that Michael Vick disappointed us at the height of his, popularity, and they
Right.
haven't gotten over it.
That's true. That is true. Michael
That's
Vick
what I'm getting from it.
Michael Vick had Atlanta on lockdown. I used to work for Atlanta Peach Movers. If anybody knows that moving company, everywhere we used to drive, you see Michael Vick picture everywhere. Win or lose, you still will see his picture all over the city. A lot of people start watching Atlanta Falcons football just because of Michael Vick. They ain't no shit about nobody else on the team. They did not know about nobody else on the damn Falcons, but they knew about Michael Vick.
The average Falcon fan back then that just got on board,
Right,
let's say around 01 or 02, I bet you they couldn't name 10 players on the Falcons team.
right. But they knew about Michael Vick.
They know about Michael Vick and Algie Crumpler.
Right.
DVD.
They'd be like, who is Roddy White? What? You don't know
They'll
about
be like,
Roddy
man,
White?
I ain't know Roddy White played with Michael Vick.
Right. Paris Price, Brian Finneran.
Like I said, they couldn't name 10 players on them teams.
Right. But they knew about Michael Vick.
They
Now
knew
with the
about
whole
Michael
Matt
Vick.
Ryan situation, a lot of people in their feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I'm one of them.
Well, I'm glad you admitting it.
I will admit it. I'm a
A lot
realist.
of people ain't admitting it. They got their
Right.
feelings hurt.
Yeah.
Right. I'm a realist. And what I mean by that, a lot of people will not say, with the whole Super Bowl situation. Me, I would have told Dan Quinn, shut the fuck up, let's run the ball, get the fuck out of here. What we doing? John Elway did it, Steve Young did it, Brett Favre did it. All these greats, Peyton Manning, get the fuck out of my face. Let me go out here, run the ball, so we go kick the field, go get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, they ain't manning up, man. We gotta man up.
Right.
We gotta man up.
That's why you give your quarterback all that money, so you can see he take control.
Hey, Tom Brady did it on national television.
Thank you.
He did it on national television.
Many a time.
That's what I told. And look, everybody know who Bill Belichick was.
Right.
Everybody know who what was that offensive coordinator name? He became the head coach.
McDaniels.
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 Everybody know who he was.
Right.
But John Brady called that time out, went to the sideline, and cuss both of them jokers out on national TV. He cussed.
So-
That's when you understand seniority.
Right.
Look, that's when everybody knew Tom Brady had the green light to do whatever he wanted to do on
Right.
the field.
So that my thing about Matt Ryan. Okay, I can admit that.
So Ron, what you're saying is Matt Ryan didn't have the balls to do what was right.
Right. Right. Point blank, I would have told Dan Quinn ball head ass, look, y'all pay me all this money to do 1, 2 things to win the game, right? Now shut the fuck up and let me do my job.
We're gonna run this ball.
We gonna run the ball, get the fuck out
Hell,
of here.
take 3 knees for all I care.
Right. I don't care as long as we get the job done.
Roddy White said that if he was in that game, he would have jumped off sides.
Right.
Before they passed the ball. I said, before we passed that ball, I would have jumped off side.
So
I said, yeah.
So again, you got quarterbacks that will do that. And you also got quarterbacks be like, should I do that? Take control. Yeah, a big difference. We got Hall of Famers take control. I just named 5 of them. John Elway, Steve Young, Joe Montana,
Peyton
Tom
Manning.
Brady, Peyton Manning. Now we got Matt Ryan. McNabb. I mean, come on.
You said McNair? You said McNair?
Yeah,
He should be in the Hall of Fame.
he should be, but once again, he ain't know how to take control.
I mean, he was 1 play away from a Super Bowl.
Right. You making my point for me, right? A lot of people, a lot of the Hall of Famers quarterbacks take control.
But here's a question. Do you think Matt Ryan should be in the Hall of Fame?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I agree too. But he probably won't be.
I feel like
That's up in the air. That's up in the air.
He probably won't make it first ballot.
He
Right.
ain't gonna make it first ballot most likely.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think Matt Ryan did enough to be first ballot.
Well, you know the first thing that's gonna hold him back, right? What's the number one thing that's gonna hold him back?
What,
Not
the
having a
Super
ring.
Bowl?
We know what's gonna hold him back.
No. Playing for the Falcons.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah, you're right. But see,
it.
here, and that might be what, because man, a lot of people are also forgetting Matt Ryan is gonna be on the same first ballot that Tom Brady is gonna be on.
But
Yeah.
Oh man.
nah, I'm glad you brought that up. With the whole doing shit in the Super Bowl, should Tom Brady be in there? With the cheating scandal and all that shit.
By all means.
Tom Brady will be a first ballot. He's going to be
Will
first
be a
ballot.
first.
Think about it. If I'm
Depending on who
cheating,
you ask.
right. My point. If I'm cheating to get to the Super Bowl and win it, should I be in the Hall of Fame?
It ain't but one though. Because you can't prove that he didn't win on he cheated in all Super Bowls.
Well,
Man, the man
I
got
would say,
6. So
let-
even if you
let
take
me
away
say
one
this.
Super Bowl,
let me
He
say
still got
this.
5.
you still
Let me
got
say
5.
this. I would say the tuck rule.
The tuck rule.
Yeah.
Hey,
Against the Raiders, that was a
Look.
fumble. That's
Yeah.
how they went to the Super Bowl. We
Well,
don't remember that?
I remember that.
The AFC Championship game against
Cause I said they done lost. They just
Right.
lost that game.
right. I had $5,000 on that game.
hey. 2 games you don't bet on. 2 games you don't bet on.
But once again,
Any game before the Super Bowl, in any game before the World Series.
But once again, look at all the Super Bowl Tom Brady have. And how many how many scandals Tom Brady been in? How many? People not talking about that.
Alleged scandals.
Okay, alleged.
He will be in no matter. He'll be first
He'll be
ballot,
first ballot.
without a doubt.
Oh yeah, he going first ballot. They probably already they probably already done made his jacket.
Yeah, because you got to remember, people still talking about this man as the greatest ever played the game at the quarterback position, and nobody's saying nothing about the scandals.
Ain't nobody bringing up nothing.
Ain't nobody bringing
He
up nothing.
is the NFL's guy. When you think of the NFL and one player, you think of Tom Brady.
Yeah,
he's the ambassador.
I mean,
correct.
I just said, you got the overall. You got to think about it.
Right.
I'm not saying he should be in there. I'm not saying that, but you got to just think about it. Why you think Bill Belichick not where he's supposed to be at? They say, hell no, Bill Belichick not going to be in there.
Hey, Ron, check this out though. You know what they're gonna say that's gonna push Tom Brady forward anyway?
What?
He won a championship without Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're gonna use that now.
Yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying overall.
Oh, no, I'm with you. Belichick pulled some stunts now.
Right. To me, if you got the cheat to get to succeed, you don't need to be nowhere near the Super Bowl. If you win the Super Bowl by cheating, you should get X by that Super Bowl. You should not even get the Super Bowl trophy. To me, in my opinion, though you cheating to get there. Just like the Saints, Drew Brees, Sean Payton, your head don't need to get. Y'all should not got that Super Bowl trophy. You put bounty on quarterbacks.
He gonna think about that, Ron, and I hear you on that one. But he gonna think about that one. The only reason that bounty even came out is because somebody couldn't keep their mouth shut.
Well, you
bounties happen all the time,
right?
Even today. But they keep it behind closed doors. They keep it in the locker room. But because somebody opened their mouth and said, "Hey, I'm gonna get an extra $5,000 if I they told me I get an extra $5,000 if I try to hurt Drew Brees."
What? You still
that only happened because somebody couldn't keep their mouth shut, and then whoever he told that to, it just kept going.
Right.
It was a former defensive coordinator who leaked that out.
Yeah.
Right. So, but my point is
somebody couldn't keep their mouth shut.
Right. You still cheated though. So why?
But that was after came up after the Super Bowl though. Like it's in the past, like after they won.
Okay, let me ask you this. So if JPJ go out here this year coming up, get 28 sacks, and they found out he was doing something on the side, should he still get those sacks?
It ain't gonna affect him.
I mean,
it's still gonna be there. All they're gonna do is make him. They're gonna punish him. That's it.
So
they're not gonna take away. They're not gonna take away the sack. It'll be question mark.
No, we have not had Red Swarm up here. If you got contact with him, send him the link. Love to have him over here.
When Lawrence Taylor played,
of course.
You know how many times that man got caught high before the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how many, around that time everybody was doing coke?
Yeah. Yeah.
I never seen
it happens. Listen, if the Falcons, and this is just me, If the Falcons need to cheat to win a Super Bowl, damn it, they better go ahead and do it.
But
They
They
said
gotta
you
go
ain't
ahead and
cheating, you
do it.
ain't trying.
Hey,
but
look,
God
look,
damn
look,
it, tell him, cowboy.
look,
but
listen.
my whole
Ever since
thing
I was
is,
playing
It's not cheating until you. Hey, it's not cheating until you get caught.
well,
Facts.
they got called 3 different times.
Facts. Facts. That, well, maybe we need to join the ranks then. Because look, I've been a fan since 1978. Damn it, I want to see a Super Bowl before I go see my maker. They need to go get at least one.
What I'm saying, I knew a lot of the teams, a lot of the players back then were doing coke. I ain't never seen Michael Irvin go into a courtroom threatening bullets, and the man got on a 4 coke.
What they
The
call
man
that
was
house that they had rented? What was the house called where they would do their coke at?
right.
The White. Oh, they call it the White House. The White House.
I ain't never seen nobody go in a courtroom threatening bullets in the middle of January. No, June in Texas, threatening bullets with a big ass coat on. Where they do that shit at? You knew he was on something.
Oh, he was hiding.
He was hiding a kite.
Yeah.
Hey man, I didn't have no problem with the bounty thing though.
I didn't either. That's to me, that's straight up football.
That's straight up football. We give you some
Now,
extra
if
money
you
to
mess
put a lick
around,
on them.
and if I was a team owner, and I had a guy go into a game and do what Grady Jarrett did to the Cowboys a few years. Oh no, that was Claiborne, wasn't it? That was Claiborne.
Right, that was Claiborne.
He went in there and got 5 sacks against the Cowboys.
What?
Yeah, I'm shooting him a little extra. I'm putting a little money in his hand.
Shoot, didn't the league give him a drug test after that game?
But yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. That man was on fleek. Look,
Even
that's what I pay you to do. Come in here and play football. Now, if you by any chance you go in there, you knock the helmet off somebody, you got 6 sacks to back it up and 8 tackles, I'm applauding you.
Yeah, here the TK under the table. We don't even got to report it on the taxes.
There you go.
even when Grady Jarrett faced Tom Brady in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember that game?
Yeah.
Man, they said he threw Tom Brady to the ground.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm like
I
shit.
remember
If that, I'm sure like shit. If that's goddamn roughing the passer, then shit.
Right,
That's my immediate reaction right after the game.
Right.
And I was saying, if that is roughing the goddamn passer, then by God, Matt Ryan should have 3 Super Bowl rings.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's my point. If you gonna call it right down the line. I'm not finna put Tom Brady on the damn pillow.
I'm gonna tell you what's hurting us though. I'm gonna tell you what's hurting us. We are that city that have gotten used to and accustomed to losing. Because listen, even during the 70s, late 70s, we had the best defense ever. And I'm talking about better than the Steel Curtain, better than the Orange Men, better than the no-name defense, that Jets defense, that Browns defense, that Raiders defense, that Eagles defense. We had the best defense ever. And if you don't believe me, check the stats. Check the stats. And this is playing against the Cowboys, playing against the Bengals, playing against the Raiders. The best defense ever. But because we did not have a winning season, that defense got swept under the rug.
Right. This year,
huh?
I wish we'd go undefeated this year and win the chip.
Mm.
Let me say.
I don't think we'll go undefeated, but I think teams will respect us after this year.
No, see, I don't want no respect.
I'm saying when I say respect, I mean we're gonna. I'm thinking myself. I'm thinking the 12-5 season. I'm thinking the 12-5 season. But when I say that, I mean teams like the Rams, Pittsburgh, the Chiefs. We're gonna get
Lions.
the Lions. Yeah, we're gonna play. We're going into the conference championship. Fuck this playoffs. I want that conference championship. And we got the team to do it. That's why when people ask me who I think should be the who I'm expecting to be the breakout player for this season, no, damn that. The person I'm looking to be to have the standout season, it should be the breakout person, is Kevin Stefanski.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be that guy. He got the players at every position. So it's no excuse now. I do mean every position.
I think,
man, it's gonna be. I'm telling y'all, this defense. If we get JPJ playing like he should, this defense could be one of the best we've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like now, the offense is gonna have its struggles here and there.
Shit, we could have a top 5 defense on the low key.
That's the expectation. This defense. Yeah. When you look at all the depth we have on defense,
but if you talk about a top 5 defense, and you listen, if we have a top 5 defense,
offense,
all you need is one of these guys to start all 17 games. You're going to win the damn division. If that happens.
For sure. Yeah. Look, my expectations of this team, man, top 5 on defense, top 10 in the offense. And I'm saying that because of the way I looked at it as far as us now running that 12-man, 12 personnel, 13 personnel offense. And the defenses in this NFC lack the personnel to defend that. And then we have a quarterback like Tua who has all the accuracy in the world that you need. Look, when people talk about his accuracy, they're saying God-given accuracy. They're not just saying just accuracy. They're saying God-given.
You just got to protect him.
You got to protect him. Exactly. We got to protect. Miami couldn't protect him. I mean, since the man went to Miami, they never could protect him. Hence the reason he got those concussions.
I think Tua is the guy we're not talking about.
Yeah.
I think he's starting week 1.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, Kevin Stefanski is glazing this guy. He's glazing Tua. Every press conference, every interview, he is glazing Tua. Now, unless he turns around and pulls I fooled y'all type thing, which I don't see him doing because he's a serious guy.
He keeps it real. He ain't bullshitting.
That part.
I really think Tua feels some type of way. And everybody in that talking shit on Tua, he finna show them this year. Y'all fucked up.
Well, it's the fans. Well, it's not only just the fans, because I've heard some commentators speak on it. Yeah. Everybody want to rely on the fact that he's had those concussions.
But
right? What they're missing is the last 2 years, 3 years that this man has been healthy. But Miami still couldn't protect the man.
Right.
Now, his big plays with Tyreek and with Waddle, they're not talking about that. They're talking about the fact that he's missed the playoffs. They talk about the fact that, he couldn't, a few plays that he couldn't make.
But look. In 2023, 2024, he was first in passing yards, 5th in touchdowns.
Yep.
But the one thing they're not talking about, how good our offensive line is.
Yeah.
And Miami cannot cover a wet. Miami was trash when it comes to offensive line.
Yeah, for sure.
You could not even cover a baby if you want to in Miami. Now keep it funky. People not talking about that.
Yeah.
They just go
right on the fact that Tua, they keep saying Tua didn't do this, Tua didn't do that.
but you need your offensive line to block.
Yeah, for sure.
They're not talking about that shit. And that what really pissing me the fuck off, because you got to have an offensive line to block any quarterback.
Yeah.
Did he take that Miami team to the playoffs? Yes, twice. They're not talking about that.
Right.
You shitting on the young man, and now the young man he feel like, you know what? Okay, y'all shitting on me. Watch this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna say this for the second time. I forgot which show it was on. I don't know if it was up here on Blackberry show. Tua did not come to Atlanta to back up.
No.
To be a backup.
Tua got something to prove.
Yeah.
Tua didn't, and the second time I'm gonna say it, he didn't do it. That's not what he came here for.
Yeah. He would have never signed on, I don't think.
Man, he didn't, man.
He could have went somewhere else and became a backup and got paid more.
Exactly.
But because he was starting here.
And I'm not saying that Tua that Penix had no chance of starting, but what I'm saying is they didn't tell Tua that he's coming here to back up Penix.
Right.
That man did not come here to do that. He came here because he knows where he's at physically. And with Penix here, he knows for himself that he has a great chance to start because of what he knows about what's going on inside of the Falcon organization.
Right.
Let me give you another scenario on that. Kirk Cousins got really, really angry because they brought Penix in.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people said, well, they should have told him that they were going to draft a guy first round and all of that. Maybe he would have did something different. But come on now.
If I pay you so much money, do I really gotta tell you who I finna
Man, I ain't never feed into that right there. If you work for me,
right,
you work for me, and I run my organization the way I want to run it.
Right.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I pay you $100, and do I got to tell you what I finna do?
I wouldn't care. I'll be honest with you.
Right.
Yeah.
To me, long I got my money. Hey, I don't care what you do.
I might would have been like, well, okay, long they didn't chop off into that 100 guaranteed.
Right.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
Man, I don't care what you do. I got mine.
Yeah.
I'll be like Bunny Man. I got mine. Did you get yours?
Yeah. And so a lot of people like, well, that was wrong. That ain't wrong. That's business. That's just how you run your business. You have to move based off what the opportunity that come to you.
Now, my problem with Coach Cousins when he got hurt, instead of telling Raheem, hey dog, I'm fucked up over here.
Yeah.
Let's play Michael Penix. He would give the team a better chance.
He would have never got his spot back.
but
I would keep it real though.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the reason why we lose.
Yeah.
But see, that's my point. Kirk, he upset, and he played when he was injured, and that was unlike him because he saw what he saw in Penix. But see, Tua ain't worrying about that.
Right.
Right.
Tua ain't worried about look, if Tua was worried about not starting, or he wasn't coming here to start, in his mind, he wouldn't have been in Hawaii where he was at playing golf.
Playing golf.
Hey, y'all know what to do, man. Y'all know how to support, man. Y'all know what to do. Hey, about to start posting some videos soon, man. About to start posting some videos again soon. We're getting close to the season, about a month out till training camp. Y'all know what to do. Hit that link. Head up that cash out.
To his home. He had to go up in the mountains with his granddaddy.
What?
Up there in the top up there, up there at the top up there with the old man in the cave and get himself together.
Right.
And came to Atlanta.
Yeah.
So
And them boys
Yep.
talking
yeah,
about how accurate, and they talking about how accurate he is, and
Woo.
I
and they said
me
he couldn't throw. They said he couldn't throw down a field, and now he throwing bombs out there.
right.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what's even more impressive than the balls that no no homo
Don't get it.
that tour is throwing are the catches that are being made.
They
Now,
Right.
catching.
I was looking for some big catches from Drake London, Dotson, Hooper, but Zachariah Branch and Olamise Zacchaeus, them dudes are up in the air catching these balls, man. I'm talking about Tua is placing these balls just over the defender's hands that the defender don't have a chance of getting it, but that receiver got to get up. And these guys are getting up off that ground, man.
Me personally, I really think a lot of people put dirt on Tour's name,
Yeah.
and now he feel like he got to prove himself this year.
Right.
And when he proved himself, all the people that shitted on the young man. Now I'm a Georgia fan. I seen the shit. I seen the shit. I seen what the man could do in Charlotte.
I was just finna say, man. People forget he come from Alabama.
Right, I seen the shit. So I'm a Georgia fan, so I ain't like the MF in college, but I seen it. I could respect his game. So this year he finna show all the people.
Yeah.
Do you think that I know they got years apart. You think Tua is a better quarterback than Bryce?
Way
Yeah.
better. Way better. Bryce.
It's like I told them jokers on that Panthers podcast. I said, man, ain't nobody scared of no brittle Bryce.
See,
look, even they had to laugh at that.
Right. To me, Tua seem more being the ASC.
Yeah.
They hit different over there. Let me say that again. When you go against Buffalo, when you go against New England, Pittsburgh, all them MF, Baltimore, they different. You see defenses different now. You know how some people be in the game for a long time, they know what every team defense is, what they trying to run their tool. That tool.
But see the reason why I asked that, because both of them came from Alabama.
Well, you gotta look at it. Tua about that smoke. Bryce Young is still wet behind the ears. What old people used to tell me. Player, you still wet behind the ears. Go sit your ass down somewhere.
Hey, man, ain't none of these jokers ready for this defense that's coming up.
Right.
Ain't nobody ready for it. They can talk all that trash they want to, disrespect us all they want to.
Right.
I was looking at the power rankings for this season, and them jokers got us at number 17.
You see, yeah.
They got us at number 17. That's total disrespect. That's total disrespect.
You know what disrespect, though? To be honest with you, Cowboy, me and Jalen Walker fell in the draft.
Yeah. Shout out to ATL 251. He said in the chat that he think that Jalen Walker is going to be the breakout player for this year, and it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
When he fell in the draft, and Carolina was supposed to get him, I was like, thank you. That's what I said. I said, thank you. Y'all fucked up.
Oh, they definitely fucked up. Not taking his ass.
This man gonna be on your ass like flies on shit
for the next decade.
Decade.
Yeah.
And the whole damn league fucked up letting us get JPJ.
Right.
Oh man.
So you got two straight dogs now.
Hey, you know what the league did when JPJ got in that trouble? The league when JPJ got in that trouble, you know what the league did? Just look at that. Whew, we ain't got to face that joker next year.
Hey, they saw it took six police officers to get his ass
Right.
on the ground.
Right.
And he wasn't even fighting them. He was just running.
He was not. I never
Oh.
seen no shit like that in my life.
Yeah.
They're like that Superman. They're like that Superman shit. It took
Hey, man,
six.
Hey,
police.
he really just gave up.
Right, he was
yeah,
like,
he
huh.
was running. He wasn't even fighting.
Yeah.
Right,
He
he
really
was
just
like,
gave
huh.
up.
Hey, but look, did you all see the little clip that he was in with Kyle Pitts? They just had JPJ and Kyle Pitts on a little clip talking about, their little rivalry between Tennessee and Florida Gators.
Oh yeah.
And then Jalen Walker walked in. I said, boy, they slick, boy.
So,
They let him get in that video to see what the reaction gonna be.
so Ted, I don't understand this. A rivalry, that means both teams got to win, right? Right?
Well, yeah. Rivalry mostly is they play each other a lot.
I know, but who been winning the most?
Well, JPJ told on Kyle Pitts that, well, we beat you twice when I was playing, so you can talk all you want to. That's what he told him.
So be honest, Jalen Walker, though y'all say nothing, he be like, I beat all y'all.
All you got to do is show
Jalen
them
Walker,
rings.
yeah, Jalen Walker came up and said,
Yeah, he said that with his presence.
Oh, y'all talking about the Georgia Bulldogs?
Right.
Yeah. Hey, let
And JP pushed him out of the way.
Let me show you what I got on my fingers real quick.
I tell you what,
My dad, my pops, RIP, he used to take me into those Georgia games.
mm-hmm.
My pops used to be security. So I had front row seats. And it's different when you go to the games.
The atmosphere is different. Yeah.
Atmosphere.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, it's way different than on TV.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was talking so much shit, and the police officer came over, was like, "Who are you?" I said, "Don't worry about it." And my pops was right there. My pops said, "Do we got a problem?" The police officer was like, "Nah." And this
So yeah, I thought that was a little good little breadcrumb they put out there by doing that. Yeah. Had them two monsters coming there. They had Kyle Pitts, JPJ, and Jalen.
I mean, I can't wait till football season.
Cowboy, you going to a practice?
The only one that I had that they have that I can go to, which is I think it's on a Friday. They sold out of that one.
What about I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it up. Ron, let me ask you a question. You gonna go to any games this year?
I cannot even afford to look at it.
Come on, man. Come on.
Hey, I cannot even afford to look at it. I'm not gonna lie.
This economy got you real fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it ain't even that much for the ticket though. And shoot, you go, you buy them $2 hot dogs.
No, you just don't understand. I got a lot of shit on my plate right now.
Shoot,
That's what I was talking. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Hey, look, don't with that orange head up there, man. Don't be surprised. I just got through doing my my health insurance, man, and I'm not doing Kaiser this year.
Right.
Finally, I've been with Kaiser since '93, and I'm opting to go with Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I got till Tuesday morning to decide whether or not am I gonna pay out of pocket for Kaiser again or with this Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I was looking through the benefit package. These jokers are charging more and not covering almost nothing.
I was gonna say that about Blue Cross, man.
I mean,
I was with
almost
them for a
nothing. You
long
pay,
time. They're a little shaky.
I mean, man, I don't know. I told my wife, man, we may have to come back out of pocket again, and you know, just so we can get the coverage that we need. Because even for her to go to a what they call it, it's not the OBGYN, they call it is it biometric? I think it's biometric. That for her to get that type of service, it's not even offered through Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it's not preventive maintenance, but it could be considered preventive maintenance. Wow. They don't even offer it.
Yeah, they funny like that, man. I was with Blue Cross for a long time, man, out of Nashville.
Yeah.
Man. You gotta be careful when you talk about insurance.
Yeah. But see, I've never had any problem with Kaiser whatsoever. Never.
I better stay there.
Man, look, and it costs a little more to be with Kaiser. It costs a little more, but it's headache free.
You better spend that money, bro.
Man,
you can't take it. You can't take it with you.
It's headache free, and it covers more. Like when my kids were born, and we all know how much it costs to have kids, and what the copay is. For all three of my kids, I paid a total of $600 out of pocket.
Oh man!
For all three of them, all I had to do was pay the $200 copay, and that's it. And with each one of my kids, my wife had to stay in the hospital. I want to say 3, maybe 4 days after that. Each time she went into the hospital, she had her own private room. I don't want to talk about lap of luxury. Wow. So Kaiser, and people always talk about how high Kaiser is. It's worth the money, I think. That's just me. I mean, to me, I don't like the back and forth having to call customer service and all that type of stuff. My wife would do it all day long, but me, I can't. I don't like doing that. But
I do not like it either.
But it's headache free. So I told my wife, I don't know, we still may have to pay out of pocket.
I wish I could go to the games this year, but I got so much on my plate right now.
You ain't alone.
Do you think, man?
I got my hot water heater been out since November,
and I've been looking too. I've been looking for you too. I've been looking.
When you on SSI, you just got so much money every month, and people don't understand it. They're like, "Oh, you own your own home." Yeah, but when the shit break down, you gotta save up to get it fixed.
Yeah,
man. A lot of people don't understand, man. Owning your home mean you your own landlord.
Right.
Right. I tell people, I tell them that all the time, man. You own a home. Yeah, but I'm my own landlord.
Right,
I can't make no phone call.
No. Hold on. Let's revise that. You don't own shit. You don't own shit in reality.
Well,
we don't.
Yeah, true.
Cause hey, look, let me tell y'all a story, man. This was crazy, man. When I paid my home off, right? I'm come to find out, Okay, let me ask y'all this. I ask you too, because I think I already asked Chandler this. When you pay your house off, who gives you your deed?
The bank?
Supposedly.
The mortgage people?
Supposedly.
The mortgage? The bank? The mortgage people?
No.
The court?
The clerk of courts got your deed, big dog.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So this is
that's the case you fall short on those doggone taxes.
There you go. This way I'm going with it. So I'm waiting on. I pay my house off, and I'm waiting on. They send me this letter. You satisfied the loan? Blah blah blah.
Right.
I'm waiting. I waited a couple of months, and I called him. I said, They said, "What's going on? You don't owe us no money." I said, "I need my deed."
Right.
They said, "The clerk of court got your deed." I said, "What they got my deed for?"
Right.
They said, "Cause they own it." I was like, "What?"
Right.
Just like what Chandler said, you don't own nothing.
Right.
They said they own it. So I
Yep.
said, "Okay." They said we sent them a letter, and they supposed to, they if they wanted to send you the deed, they would send it to you. If not, they ain't got to. So I said, "Well, send me another letter." So they sent me another letter, and I'm going to the clerk of court, and I got my birth certificate, I got my passport, I got my driver's license, I got my DD 214 with me, because I'm
Right.
saying I know I'm gonna have to jump through some hoops to get this deed.
Yeah. Yeah.
I go in there, I give the lady the paper from the bank. She takes the paper, she look at it, she turns around, she walks in the back, she comes out with a deed and handed me the deed.
Mm-hmm.
This lady didn't ask for no ID.
What?
I didn't have to sign nothing. She just gave me the paper.
Wait a minute.
Gave me the deed
On what strength did she give you the
Right.
deed?
from the letter.
What?
Man, they don't give a flip about that.
Wow.
Like Taylor said, you don't own it. They just gave me the paper. You know what the deed really is? The deed says that you don't owe nobody for the loan on the house.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Right.
That's all the deed is. That's why,
Right.
traditionally, and I see why they do it. When they get the deed, the people burn the deed
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
because it's nothing. The deed is nothing. That deed just means you don't owe no payments on the house. You
Yeah.
just became your own landlord.
Shit.
Mhm.
Well, look. Welcome to America. Welcome to America,
Man.
land of the free. Where shit, the government actually has a deed to my house.
Right. Right.
Yeah, the lady didn't ask for that. She didn't ask for nothing.
Just like Cowboy, you know about this, Ron. I'm sure you do too. Ron, where are you at, man? You are you in Atlanta?
I'm in North Georgia.
Okay, all right. But you might know, Cowboy, you definitely know. In
Mm-hmm.
Brookhaven, Georgia, right now, they are raising, and Brookhaven is actually where my oldest brother lives, and he's pretty well off, In Brookhaven, Georgia, right now, they are
Mhm.
raising property taxes by 47%.
Ooh.
Cut the gracious.
Most definitely.
You cut the gracious.
I got an acre and a half where I live at,
Right.
and it's so peaceful out here. My family asks me every time they talk to me in Atlanta, "Ron, why don't you and your wife move back to the city?"
Right. Right.
Shoot, for what?
You crazy? Hey,
Exactly.
cowboy, I did like that. Are you crazy?
Right.
Do,
Right. Right.
do
Right.
y'all do and how, do y'all have a lot of land that y'all live on?
Yes,
Acre and a half.
an acre and a half.
That's a nice little piece of. That's a nice little lot there.
Yeah.
See there you go. Cause look, you got land. I'm sure y'all got a gate, right?
No,
Oh well, I mean shoot, but hey, y'all still got the land. Y'all don't probably even really got to worry about all that many issues up there in North Georgia though.
oh, you got over a lot of issues. Most definitely, most
Oh,
definitely.
they'll move around now.
Hey, cowboy, you better tell him.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
better
Look.
tell him. You got over a
Listen,
lot of
I'm gonna
issues.
tell you one major thing. Now, unlike where Ron is at, where I'm at, it's a bunch of honorary older people that are still running the county,
Yeah,
right? But in hindsight, nobody wants to be down there in, where my property is down there. We got
right.
7 acres down there. And
Ooh.
nobody like when people really want to get away and retire, they come down there toward that way.
Right.
You know, like my neighbor on one side, he's a retired, well off dentist. Another the guy who I bought my property from, he got 315 acres behind me.
Oh,
Yeah, so he's the one I bought that property from, and then his property is about maybe 20 acres over from on one side. I don't even see his house, so it's issues, but it's hidden issues
Right.
down there on that end.
Like mine.
So it's more like government type stuff, inner city type stuff. People just plain old being greedy. Old people that's stubborn and don't want to move on from their ways.
Right.
Just want to keep that same simple life.
Right.
Because like every year, Walmart tries to come down there and wants to build a supermarket.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
They just let the Dollar General come down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm talking about a town that has one traffic light, and very few stop signs. If y'all know how the country work, but
you see,
it's a bunch of older folk that don't want, and I don't mind that because I want that peace and quiet.
Right.
I want to get away from the city.
So that's how I am.
My wife was like, "Hey, I don't want to go back."
Right.
And I'm like, "You don't have to go back, but
right.
This brother right here, I'm going back."
I finna say this. Man, I first moved down here with my wife.
Mm.
I was afraid to leave my door open, unlocked.
Oh yeah.
And because I'm from the city, I got the mindset in the city, people running your house and all that. Where I'm at,
yeah,
ain't nobody coming in your house but your family. Yeah. And sometimes I don't like them up. Yeah, talk. Cowboy know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I just leave my door unlocked. Don't nobody come in my house but my in-laws.
Now, quiet as kept. Go ahead.
It's so peaceful out here. You be like, damn.
Mm-hmm.
Is this me? And not like in the city where I'm from, you hear gunshots every night, and you see the police over there 5 times a day. Not up here.
Right.
It's so peaceful. You be like, oh my God.
Yeah. She's like down there, man. I think it's like 7, 8, 9, maybe 10. I don't know. I don't think it's no more than 10 officers on that force down there.
Damn.
Yeah. And they got to patrol.
Yeah.
They got to patrol that whole county.
Yeah.
But it's peaceful.
Peaceful.
Now, when I first moved to Douglasville, we first moved up here, we could do that. We could walk out, leave our garage up, leave our front door open. Now you can't do it now, man. Meth and other stuff done took over.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody trying to get to come up. We didn't have people. I tell you how rural it was when I first moved out here. You didn't see people walking the street.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see it. I don't care. You had a car or not. I mean, you did not see people walking the street whether they were going to work or not.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing, like panhandlers on the entrance ramps or the exit ramps, we didn't see that. We didn't see people who were actually living on the street. Everybody was in the house somewhere or whatever, wherever they were living. You didn't see people living on the street. Now it's slowly becoming into progression. Now. I mean, you can see it. You got people walking the street like aimlessly, like they don't have a place to go.
Right.
Everybody posted on the Ring app. Everybody posted on the neighborhood chat now that they got people just walking up to their door at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, just ringing their doorbell.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, Douglasville is growing fast. But we still, even with that, we still not as bad as other places.
See, where I live at, you got to have a transportation.
Yeah.
Ain't no buses out here. Ain't no trains out here.
Same way down there. Yeah.
If you don't got no bus, no car, you asked out. You asked out.
Yeah.
No ifs, buts about it. You talked about go for a walk. Shit, you gonna be
You gonna walk.
you gonna walk, all right. You gonna walk
Yeah.
for a good little minute.
Yeah. That's why I like so I'm so glad like about horses or whatever. I can just get on. I go to the Dollar General, you know what I mean? Or go down there to the IGA, you know what I mean? Because they got those rails out there. I can just rope my horse up right there, you know.
See,
But,
I heard you got a Lamborghini, cowboy.
huh? What you say?
I heard you got a Lamborghini and
Man,
all that stuff. I like
man,
it.
but I don't know where you hear that from, man.
I like
No, we know where we heard it from.
Right.
Hey,
Man,
look.
both of y'all got money.
Hey, listen. If I got a Lamborghini, that's gonna be the horse name.
Oh, that's what they call it now. Yeah.
But I don't have that Lamborghini, not the car. No, no.
I heard you got to go through 4 gates just to get to your front door. I'm like, damn, Cowboy's doing the bid down there, ain't it?
Well, y'all crazy, man. Y'all
4
crazy.
gates.
I tell you what, though, I wish my property was like remember that TV show Dallas back in the day?
Y'all know cowboy. Look, I told y'all where Cowboy's mailbox is. If y'all want to send any cowboy any mail, and y'all know big low. His house is located right over on West Paces Ferry.
Man, you know it. You know it. You know it. Yeah. But no, man. I mean, look. The economy is different now, right? And that's why I be like so anal with my sons and them, like, because yes, we did throw away a lot of money back when we were younger, but we're not facing the economy like we're facing now,
right?
Because like now you can save money now and probably won't see the benefits of saving money.
Right.
You know what I mean? To put away money for retirement, you doggone have to put away a whole maybe 2 paychecks a month almost, just so that you can eat after you retire. But who can like really say they can do that though? Nobody's in a position to do that.
The way everything keep on going up, and shit, milk, bread, water,
everything,
food, gas.
It's so funny now, man. I think if the government can find a way to regulate air, they'll probably charge us for that. We stopped at a racetrack the other night, and one of the tires was a little low. We got the indication that one of the tires was a little low. So I said, okay, we'll stop at the racetrack and get some air. $3, bro.
Yeah.
$3. I said, oh no, ain't no way.
They trying to get everybody for everything.
Yeah. And you know, there's $3 and you put it in and it's for 5 minutes. But it's shooting your air out like puffs. Like, what the hell is that? You're gonna stay there for 5 minutes and you probably still won't have a full tire.
Then they want you put more money in there.
Facts. Yeah.
I try and be like Cowboys, so
what the Dallas Cowboys?
No, I'm trying to be like Cowboy on here. Got 5 bedrooms, 4 baths,
man,
20 acres.
Okay, 20 acres.
Got the lake in the backyard, go fishing anytime he wanted to, and everything.
And it's funny you saying that too, because I plan on going down not this the weekend after next. I'm going to see how my lake, because I started digging my own.
See?
No.
There you go.
I got intrigued, right?
No.
I started digging my own.
The more they talk, the more they reveal.
I knew it. Cowboy.
Y'all crazy.
You and Big Low.
Look, Trust me,
Finish
guys.
talking about it. I want to hear what you're talking about digging that lake, man.
Yeah, me too, cowboy.
Listen, I got intrigued. I'm a YouTube watcher, right?
Oh,
I
really?
don't watch a whole lot of TV no more.
Mm-hmm.
But I do watch YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and I get on there. I saw this guy. He started digging his lake, so I got intrigued. So I
Mm-hmm.
said, okay, I got enough land. I can do that,
Mm-hmm.
And I started digging that thing, and it got to the point where I realized it's more work than what I had time for.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so that project got put on the back end. Now I got to go down there and see how much grow back up on me, because I had knocked down quite a few trees.
Mm.
Yeah, so. But yeah, man. But I do want. By the time I retire, I plan on having that thing dug out, because it's being fed underground, so it's an ideal spot.
So when can I turn down there and go fishing one good time?
Hey man, look, when I get that thing built, I'm gonna look. Everybody can come down there.
Hey, get some catfish and
Man,
bass.
everybody. That's what
Yeah, I'm gonna hold you to that now.
Me too,
Man, y'all, hey, cowboy, y'all gonna look. We doing a fish fry. We doing a crawfish boil. What we doing? We throwing some
Look,
we gonna throw some we gonna throw some filet mignon or what?
he said filet mignon.
What?
And see, I'm an impatient guy. I ain't putting no babies in there and then and hope that they grow up the size. I'm bringing some fish in. I'm calling the fishery, and I'm gonna have them bring it in.
All right, so we gonna do the fish fry then.
Yeah, for sure.
That what little Booster do. Little
What?
Booster they be putting them pig fish in his.
What?
Yeah, but see, I'm gonna do it like that, because look, like I said, I'm an impatient guy, man. I'm an impatient guy.
So
And, the sooner I get it done, the better.
so the time you get it done, I'll be right there with my
Man, what? As soon as we get that overflow in and we scale that thing back, plant some grass, oh yeah, I'm opening it up, man. We're gonna have a fish fry down there.
I'll be like, "What's that, cowboy?"
Yeah, for sure.
What's shaking? I'll be there at 5 a.m.
Man. Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, sir.
What
What
do
were you
you
digging it with?
Say it one more time.
Was you using a bulldozer or you were just knocking the trees down first?
Well, I knocked the trees down, and I used my neighbor's backhoe, and I started knocking the hill, because the way my property is, it's like an L that goes back behind the guy who I bought the other property from, right? So while I'm digging to that, the land goes down. So that I'm gonna try to use all of that where it goes down at as the lake itself. And that's probably about maybe a quarter of an acre.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe about half an acre right there. So I'm gonna try to use like most of that. But once I get it to a size where I gotta bring in like a 420 John Deere, I'm gonna do that. Because there's people down there that got equipment. It's just a matter of finding who got it.
Right.
What kind of deal I can make with them and that type of stuff.
Is they cool and all that stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Yeah.
See.
Now when you get it like you want it, how you get the water in there?
Hey, mine's stream fed.
Oh, so he got the big money.
It's stream fed. Look,
see,
and I found that out by mistake. Right, me and father-in-law was walking the property one day, and it wasn't even raining. And when we were doing the fence line, we noticed that ground was real wet. I mean, it almost like almost quicksand wet. And we were wondering, like, what in the world? It didn't rain, so we were wondering, like, where is water, coming from?
Right.
So when we went through that drought, and we went back there to check, we used to walk our fence line every week, right, just so we can walk it. But when we went back there, when we went through that drought, it wasn't super wet, but it was wet enough. Right. Everything else almost dust. So we knew, like, wait a minute, something going on. So one day, when we did the burn brick around the fence line, the guy who was doing our burn brick, that joker he got stuck. So he went to digging down through there, man, digging down through there. Like, wait a minute, you got a stream being fed down through here. Yeah, yeah. But it's a lake. It's a huge lake up from my property. Like maybe it's probably a good mile, maybe half a mile away from me, and it's being fed off that lake, and that lake stays full. I mean, it stays full.
Yeah,
So it's being fed from that.
I need
But
to
when
be
you come
down
down to my end, by the time it gets down to my end, the water is almost, I ain't gonna say it's clear, but it's you can tell it's running water. So anytime we dug that thing back, we tried to dig it back some more. We're gonna see how far this thing was gonna go. The more we dug back, the more that water was coming in. And then when we got to the part where we said we were gonna start digging the lake, that's where we started seeing like a steady stream just pouring in. So we covered it back up because I didn't want it to flood the whole property. So we covered it back up. But we marked that spot, and that's where I'm going to start digging at when I go back down there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I will be down there.
Yeah, man. I was about it's a trip how all that worked out.
That's all right. What would you finna ask, Ron?
Yeah, I forgot now. Shit.
I think you finna shift back to football. You said, what do we think? And then you stopped.
What
I kind of want to finish
do
that out.
you think this coaching staff can make everybody great on the team?
Hey, Evan hinted on it. He hinted on it. This team is so underrated right now. It's so underrated. It's going to take us going through maybe game 4, and everybody going to say, "Oh man, here come those Falcons," and that's what I want to happen. Game 4, game 5, I want them to say, "Oh shit,
like
here come those Falcons," and that's the reputation I want us to have.
I want to have the reputation that when you come to the A,
yeah,
you and I want to come back.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts.
I want to put every quarterback on the ground. I want our top pass rushers get 5 sacks.
So essentially what you're saying, you want to put the dirty back in South.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The little Bryce in Carolina, yeah. I know he need a boost.
Put that shit to an end.
Right.
Yeah.
I know he need a booster seat.
Exactly.
I know he need a little booster seat, but all that dancing he was doing last year.
Yeah, we're gonna that's on we're gonna get that on lock.
Right.
Got to go.
I want people to be like, holy shit, you see what they hit? I want our defense hit that man so hard. He be like, shit, I don't want to play Atlanta no more.
Right.
I want them man to have nightmares about our defense.
Yeah.
He will.
Yeah.
Every time he see us, I want he had nightmares. I want to be Freddy.
You're gonna enter the fans' dream like Freddy Krueger.
Yep, I'm gonna be just like that. All that dancing he did on us last year, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All that running and carrying on.
Yeah, all that carrying on and all that shit, yeah.
Yeah.
And I cannot stand the Panther fans. So they talking shit now. So we got to we gotta give them an ass whoop.
Look, and you know what's crazy though? Them Saints talking trash.
You know what?
Like, wait a minute, man.
Well, we know they're gonna talk trash.
Yeah.
We just gonna let that play out for itself this year.
But what got me? How the head coach would talk trash when he got the job?
Oh yeah, he talked trash. Then he got a broom to his ass last year.
Right, yeah. But like I said, I want to be every quarterback this year. I want to be like remembering the Titans.
Yeah. Every quarterback nightmare.
Yep. Y'all seen remember the Titans? I'm gonna be like that.
Yeah.
On our defense.
I just plain old want everybody to say when they see that schedule every year from now on, they got like, oh shoot, we gotta play with doggone Falcon.
They be like, oh shit, coach, I'm sick. Coach, I will not be playing on that day, that time.
Right.
I'm gonna be like that.
They gonna say, Coach, I'm gonna sit this one out.
Right. That's gonna be like my arthritis. I can't feel my feet, coach. My arthritis catching up, mama.
Oh man.
I'm gonna be like that.
Oh man.
I want every quarterback that I want everybody that talk shit about this team this off season. I want you to feel it during the season.
Yeah.
They just doing it because that's what they've been doing.
Yeah. I mean,
it's gonna change.
Yeah. I can let them be optimistic. Optimistic. Let our boys go in there and do what they need to
do. I'm gonna hit them so hard. And the dude I cannot stand that be calling our games. What his name? The one with the big nose.
Oh, I forgot his name, but I know who you're talking about.
The wide receiver player
at all.
Yeah. I want that motherfucker to shut the fuck up.
What, the one that used to play for Cincinnati?
Cincinnati. Yeah. I can't stand that motherfucker right there. And he loves to talk shit about us.
Yeah.
Collinsworth, ain't it?
Yeah, Collinsworth.
I want that motherfucker.
But hey, I know why he don't like Atlanta though.
Why?
Because we used to give him the business. Remember, we spoiled. You remember back in the days, believe it or not, Cincinnati Bengals was a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Collinsworth was on that team.
Yeah.
And we were the one that, just like Dallas came in here and spoiled it for us.
Yeah.
We were that team for Cincinnati. We spoiled it for Cincinnati.
Well, it's not our problem in Cincinnati, but
we spoiled it for Cincinnati. We were that team.
So that's why
people hated to play us because they didn't know which team was going to show up. And we were that team. We always played the spoiler. We didn't win it ourselves, but we always played the spoiler.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we would mess them up, especially at the end of the season, boy.
Yeah.
I really want to put the NFL on lockdown.
Yeah.
When coming to Atlanta. That's what I want to do with this team. Action speak louder than words.
Yeah. I want to hit these guys, hit them often, hit them hard, and hit them often.
Yep.
Get it, like what the Grits Blitz did. Those jokers hit hard, hit it often, and somewhere in between they got a few interceptions. Yeah.
I really want to shut down the NFL.
Yeah.
They've been talking a lot of shit about us.
As long as we do what we're supposed to do it with the NFC, the AFC can have what they do. But as long as we do what we need to do with the NFC, I want to. We at least need to get to the conference championship. Make some noise. We need to get there. And I think we can do it. I think Kevin with his coaching staff. I think we can do
it. I just want him to keep everybody accountable.
Yeah.
Like when you mess up on the team, I want somebody on our team to man up and tell that person you fucked up.
But you know what though? I think that mentality will be spread through the team.
Right.
I think everybody gonna hold themselves accountable. They're gonna know they messed up.
Right.
So I was gonna say that. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be very disciplined. All those senseless penalties that we used to get, we'll be on a good drive, and then all of a sudden somebody get this massive holding penalty.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think all that gonna be put in check.
I don't want to be like last year.
Yeah.
I want to be different. The last year, Raheem did not give a damn.
Yeah.
He did not care.
I think it was overwhelmed. I think it was overwhelmed.
Raheem was that old car salesman at the pluck car thing down the street.
He was overwhelmed because he didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what happened.
To me, when Raheem fucked up at when you hire 2 first timers, offense coordinator and defensive coordinator.
Right.
And that's when I called. This is on another panel. I called him incompetent when he did that. Right. Boy, I got drugged for that. But hey, yeah. I saw that coming.
Yeah.
I knew Raheem was a car salesman. Dog, you're not doing nothing. You're not. How you holding people accountable and you not accountable?
Right.
Yeah.
You're not accountable, Raheem.
You got your well, I'm talking corporate again. You got your department manager, your foreman, and your supervisor that never worked in that department before.
Mm-hmm.
How you think that's gonna run?
Right. I'm not feeling how you're the man on the corner to do a job.
Not to learn on the job because they had nobody to teach them. They had nobody to mentor them.
Exactly.
So to me, again, he should have brought people in that got experience.
Right.
And when you got experience, maybe the fan base will not be talking about you like we is.
Well, that's the thing. The fan bases are acting like these commentators, right? They're acting like the coaching wasn't the problem last year.
Oh shit.
You know what I mean? They're acting like that didn't matter. Like if Raheem had brought in an established and proven coaching staff,
right?
I think what happened last year wouldn't have happened.
Right.
Even if Raheem even if he wasn't going to be as good a head coach as we thought, it wouldn't look as bad as last. If we wouldn't look the way we have looked last year,
right?
You know, and that was going to set Kevin Stefanski away from Raheem Morris.
Right. To me, Kevin came in here. Oh, we're not finna talk.
Yeah,
and I like that. Raheem. Oh, yeah, dog. You my best friend. If I'm fucking up out here, I want you to tell me.
Right.
I want you to tell me. So I to do better.
Right. Exactly.
Don't just be like kumbaya and all that shit. That's why you lost your job.
Do what you're supposed to do. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
That was I saw that coming, man. I was like, there's no way that you can be coming in brand new and you bringing rookies behind you.
Right. Absolutely no coaching experience.
Right. This fool said, I don't want to be the only one that be smart in the room.
Right.
I said, yeah, you the dumbest one in the room. Ray Charles could see that shit.
Right.
Well, I know that's a strong statement, but you know what though, really, if a person wants to be the smartest person in the room, he already losing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Cause you're not gonna listen to nobody.
Right.
And as soon as people pick up on that vibe, they not gonna tell you nothing no way. They're gonna let you hit that brick wall.
Right.
To me, when Coach Cousin got hurt, he should have told Coach Cousin, yeah, you're not playing. I will start my backup.
Mm-hmm.
I will respect that. They let Coach Cousins go out there and make a fool of himself.
You know what? You know what? You made a good point right there. Raheem made no controversial decisions.
Yeah.
We barely beat the Raiders. Barely. we should have dogged the fuck out of the Raiders.
Yeah, look, Ritter was one completed pass from beating us.
Right.
Yo, he was one completed pass from beating us.
If he, I'm watching.
I don't think I'd ever been that mad over a win in my life.
Right.
I came on here and I think I said it. I said we didn't deserve to win that game.
I was so mad. My wife told me, "Run, don't go to sleep."
And man, that was a win in prime time too. That was a win in
Right.
prime time. But here I'm still pissed off over it.
Right.
Man, we ain't deserve to win that fucking game.
I like you see me.
We escaped. We escaped that game. With more damn points on the board against the goddamn 2-win team.
Yeah.
We ain't deserved to win that fucking game. If you want my honest opinion, the Raiders showed more heart in that fucking game.
Right. Again, you would go how far your head coach would go.
Yep.
I played football for a long time. And win or lose, my head coach will still tell me, y'all ain't did shit.
Yep.
Oh yeah, look. If your head coach ain't being serious, there ain't no way in hell them guys are gonna respect him.
Right. Then when we beat Tampa Bay, this man was kissing. No, what game?
Yeah, it was Tampa Bay. He kissed the dude at halftime. He's supposed to be in there talking to the team. He kissed the dude at halftime. Then after he kicked, and after we get out of, and we shouldn't have won that Tampa game either, because Tampa essentially gave us that game too. But okay, he yells into the damn camera.
You know what? That's
he's yelling into the goddamn camera. Yeah, look at me. Yeah, look at your 5-9 ass.
Listen, when he did that, he lost me. I was already mad about the season, but I was on board for him coming back, barring the fact that he got rid of Zach Robinson.
I wasn't.
But
I'd never.
When he did that, I took that as a shot to us because we were the ones. The fans were the ones that were calling him out.
Right.
Really, everybody else was like, "Well, this is his first year and all that type of stuff." But the fans were the ones that were out in public. They were the ones that were online. They were the only ones that were on social media, calling him out.
Hold on a second.
He did that, he kissed old boy on his head, and he looked at the camera and was like, "Hey, I'll take that." That was a shot.
Call that.
Hold on a second. OG, what'd you say? You actually right after that game, we did a post game. What do you remember what you said on there? Who he was saying that to specifically?
He was talking to us.
Nah, you because remember what happened a few days prior down at the stadium.
Somebody called him out.
Oh no, that was the game after Seattle, right?
Yeah.
He was talking to you. he was talking to the man that had the bag on his head. That's what he was doing.
So, again.
Notice they didn't lose another damn game after I put that bag on my head.
Yeah. Yo. Yeah, he was talking. Look, I told Chandler, I said, Chandler, he was talking to you, bro. Call that.
See, I wish I could have sat down with Raheem. They'd be like, what the fuck you doing?
Yeah.
Then I would just, on the slide, just slap the shit out of him.
Dang, bro.
I'm tired of the bullshit and head coaches we had over the years.
Yeah.
Man, y'all know that one thing where essentially they slap dudes upside the head as a sport. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I would do that.
That's what, like, drywall smacking. That's what they need to do to Raheem.
He said drywall smacking.
Yeah, that's true, because that's about what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's
Look,
what I call it, drywall smacking.
Yeah.
Did you look at all the bullshit and head coaches we had? They come here, they say the same old thing. They do the same old thing. Then they get mad when they get fired. Think about it.
Shit, at least one thing I'll give Dan Quinn is Dan Quinn left here, I think, gracious.
No, man.
I mean, he left. Well, I mean, he left. I mean, shoot, and he was humble. He learned from his lessons. Now he's up in Washington, fucking their shit up. I mean,
Yeah, thank God he
yeah, but I mean, hold on. At least he left graciously. These two motherfuckers that came after him, one left about damn punching the other team's coach in the head, and I kind of wish he did do it actually because it was the
Right,
Aints.
me too.
And then Raheem wasn't even expecting to get fired. Raheem
No,
thought he had the job in the bag for another year.
see, I think Arthur
I thought he was.
Arthur Blank said, "Yeah, come here, player." Well, he said, "Who me?"
Ron, you
Arthur
should have been
Blank
up.
said,
Ron, you should have been up here the night he got fired.
I
Because
wish.
we
would
were
have
talking
had the movement,
look, we were talking about it, man. We saw that video of after the press conference.
yeah,
Blank hugging him.
yeah. Blank,
That's a kiss of death hug right there.
yeah. Blank said, "Yeah, don't clean out your office." Blank gave him a hug like this. And said, "Yeah, don't clean out your office." I believe Arthur Blank would have told Raheem, "Motherfucker, get your ass out here. Give me your car keys. Give me everything.
Cars, keys, wallet now.
Right now." And I would have the moving truck. Where you going, Raheem? Oh, you going to the 49ers? Okay,
I'm gonna try to swap over. Give me a second.
I'll be like, I will pack your shit up for you.
Well,
Raheem.
I'm gonna tell you what I would have done. It wasn't even fucking shit. I definitely wouldn't wait until the end of the year. I really probably would have done it after we got swept by Carolina, to be honest with you.
Right.
But I definitely would have probably fucking done it after we lost to the Jets. I would have went out there as soon as the clock expired. I would have said, I would have just given him that, you know that look. I don't even gotta tell y'all. I would just given him that look. I would say, just make your shit and get on. Don't. Matter of fact, I would have done it after the Jets game because his family's up in New Jersey. His mama lives up there. I'm like, listen, clean your shit out. We're gonna mail your shit to you. You're going to your mom's house. You're done.
Right.
You're done.
You know what? I would have said to Raheem. You know you fucked up, don't you?
Yeah.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll be like, you know you fucked up, don't you?
yeah.
Raheem be
Yeah,
like, what
especially
you
losing to
talking
the
about?
Jets, man.
Yeah.
I would have, if I'm Arthur Blank after the Jets game, I'll be like, you know you fucked up, don't you? Raheem be like, what are you talking about? Well, I got your shit out here, Raheem.
So back up.
Don't even come back to the city. We send it to your mama house.
And that was right after that Carolina game. I would have been like, yeah,
Right.
don't even come back.
I'll be like, we send all your shit to your mama house.
Right.
I hire a moving service to go clean out of your house.
Hey, look, I would have cleaned off my trailer, and I would have moved him for free.
You see?
I would have moved him for free. I would have been like, hey man, look here, you got to go, bro.
Right.
You got to go.
I'll be player. I'll be like, you know you fucked that Dr. Raheem. He be like, yeah, but nothing, motherfucker.
Yeah,
But I found a way.
Yeah, that final. Thank God that shit not here no more.
Hey, have y'all seen the interview that he did with San Francisco? The first one that I saw. He's
Man, I
selling
ain't watching
cars
that
in San
motherfucker
Francisco
anymore.
now. Oh, I
Who said-
checked him out. I want to see if he had switched up how he was talking. He's selling cars in San Francisco now.
Oh
Mhm.
wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. But you know
He
what?
said
You
he
talk like
said
that.
it's real easy. He said it's easy to just come in and there's a lot of history in the hallways, and you get to know the people that that are here, and they got a lot of tradition here and all that. I
Well,
was like, oh,
Yeah,
but
okay. Okay, a lot of
but
tradition.
they got Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and them boys over
Yeah.
there, so Raheem ain't
Yeah.
even really coaching.
Yeah.
So
You already got your defense over there.
you got two defensive players that cannot stay healthy. Nick Bosa
Yeah.
and the linebacker.
Yeah. Now
Fred
they
Warner.
actually there's another guy, because remember the guy who gave us hell when we played them?
Right.
Remember that guy?
So,
That I forgot his name, but
The
he played.
linebacker.
Yeah. So they got three of them.
I
He
so
forgot
you got
his
he
three.
came in for Fred Warner. He came in
Right.
for Fred. Now,
So you got three players that cannot stay healthy.
yeah. See,
And
that's what he banking on. He banking on them guys being able to stay healthy this year.
see,
And you in the division with the Super Bowl, with the reigning Super Bowl champions and the team favored to win the Super Bowl this year.
Right.
see, I want to play them this year in our city.
Yeah.
I want to play them in Atlanta.
I don't
they
care.
come.
Oh,
I
I
don't
can't
care.
wait for that game. I can't
I,
wait.
Play
I
them-
want. We owe them so much. I want to whoop their ass.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can't, man. Just like I was hyped at that, and y'all know, man. Shoot, I'm hyped for this Baltimore game, but I'm really hyped for that mainly because it's Sunday night football, and just get to see Lamar Jackson and all that. Sunday night football could be a statement game, man. Y'all, hey, if y'all knew me last year before the season, I was really looking forward to that Washington game. I feel the same way this year about the San Francisco game.
I
Man, we
really,
gotta win that San Francisco game.
Yeah.
I
Sure. We can't lose to Raheem the Dream.
And look, we can't just win that game. The offense has to put on a show.
Right.
That day.
I want to put a 50 on them.
See, look, I want
I'm with you.
I'm on 30+ points, holding San Fran to like maybe 17, if that. But I want 30+ points out of this offense against San Francisco. McCaffrey shouldn't be a problem. Fred Warner, we should be able to contain him. If we let Fred Warner come back and do what he was doing before he left, we're in trouble. But our tight ends should be able to contain Fred. Now, if we and look, you're not going to stop Fred. Fred is Fred, right? But like Pre Dirty said about Kyle Pitts earlier in the show, it ain't about stopping him. It's diverting him. Just get him to doing something that he's not accustomed to doing. Don't
That's
let him.
it.
His thing is he likes to go through you. He loves that bull rush, right? He loves that. He loves embarrassing people. So as long as we keep him from doing that, get him to doing something else. If he wants to come straight through you, shoot, you turn him to the side. Get him doing something
That's all you
crazy.
got to do.
Yeah, turn him to the side. Have him take that one extra step to the side, whatever, left or right, it don't even matter. Just give him enough time for what Bijan can say, oh, they got him blocked. I'm gone.
That's all, and that'll make Pitts look like a better blocker than he actually is.
Yeah.
And then he'll eventually get better, but it'll show him what happens when you do the right things.
Right.
That's
Right.
what it'll do.
Right. And I don't care what nobody says, man. Look, I don't care what they saying about McCaffrey, what they saying about Jahmyr Gibbs or whatever his name is. I could care less about that. We by far got the best running back in the NFL. If they think any different, now Gibbs may be faster, Caffrey may be faster, but as far as overall running back, all-purpose running back, we have the best in the NFL. That man can block, catch, run, and if we ask him, he probably can kick it too.
McCaffrey not faster than Bijan.
Yeah, he is too.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, at this point,
well,
no.
hold on. Wait. According to the 40 time, he is.
Man, McCaffrey's 40
ran
was
a
10
four-
years ago. That was 10
Yeah.
years ago.
But I mean, when they did the mock thing and they put them side by side, McCaffrey was faster.
No, that was
Okay.
10 years. That was 10 years ago.
Well,
And Bijan actually has gotten faster, in my opinion.
Yeah,
because he didn't get caught last year.
And between all them injuries, McCaffrey's slowed down. Nah, Bijan smokes that boy now.
Yeah.
Well,
but
with the speed we got on defense, man, it's not gonna be that. It ain't gonna be that, and they're gonna be used to practicing against that speed anyway. So, you got to start practicing against Branch also.
Facts.
So yeah. With the speed we got on defense, man, it's not gonna be that. It ain't gonna be that, and they're gonna be. Oh, okay. I've been saying, dog, that sound like me.
That was you. I had swapped over my
okay,
my Mac to my computer. I've been working on my computer, man. I don't know what StreamYard, because I couldn't hear myself like when I did my content, or if I got on somebody else's podcast, I couldn't hear myself. So hopefully my problem is fixed. Hopefully.
I ain't ever fucking using StreamYard again.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I want to use somebody else. Now Riverside has a great picture, has a great camera. They get, resolution. No matter what camera you use, the mic sounds nice, but it's not. The thing about StreamYard, is very versatile, right? There's so much more you can do. StreamYard, Riverside is still growing. They're still learning. They're still adding stuff to it. Like there's quite a few things that StreamYard have now that Riverside has not had, but at the same time, they are steady adding stuff. And I think they're finally seeing why a lot of people are moving on from StreamYard, so they're adding stuff to their platform too. So if you're a great editor, Riverside is where you want to be at. I'm not a great editor, right? A lot of my content isn't edited. It's either live or I record it as it is. So I don't do a whole lot of editing when it comes to my content. I don't do any editing. I'm change that. I don't do any editing. Not video editing anyway.
I thought you had the apps that will help you out with that.
Yeah, well, a lot of that stuff you got to pay for.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You do have some free apps that can help you out, and that's where I roam at. I don't want to pay for a lot of stuff, and it's a help, but it's not a help. You know what I mean? Because like when I first started, I didn't use Canva. I didn't use AI, to make my thumbnail. I went to Canva and I actually put anything that I wanted on that thumbnail, I actually put it there. Like if I wanted a Drake, I copied a picture of Drake from somewhere and I actually put it in Canva and I actually put it on the thumbnail. I designed my thumbnail. Now I ask AI to build me something, and then I'll add to it or take away from it.
I still use Canva to design all my thumbnails. Shit.
Yeah.
I don't one thing I don't trust AI with yet, because look, you can tell if AI fucking created a thumbnail.
Yeah, for sure. Because I think YouTube now is actually I think they're coming down on people using a whole lot of AI. Hence why a lot of people have lost their channels. And they really going after these people who got the millions of followers and triple digit followers. Yeah, they really going after them folks, snatching their channels down because a lot of them use AI.
Oh,
dude, I was just telling them earlier though. I'm about to start getting back to making videos.
Yeah, you need to, man. You need to. We need some authentic people.
The season's coming up soon. I gotta talk about some of this stuff. And shoot, it's not talk about it on stream, but shoot, we've been going. There's another one nearly 4 hours. Shoot, just give it to them in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Watch it on break or watch it while they're eating lunch or something.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. See, when I do mine, that's what my intentions are, right? To catch people will look at it because I do things kind of different, right? My stuff is more recorded as opposed to going live. I don't go live too much, but I do record content and I state a lot of facts and I put out my idea that I know a lot of people are not really thinking about. I know a lot of people that come from a fan standpoint, right? They're not really coming from the statistical point or looking at the X and O's of football or what it's going to take to win games, right? They just want to win, right? So that's what I do. I put the facts out there, and I call it what it is too. I put the reality out there. A lot of people don't like that, but at the same time, a lot of people do. I get a lot of messages, people saying, "Hey man, you authentic, man. I love how you do your content. Please keep up the good work and all that type of stuff." And it's always, always comments like that on my YouTube videos, always. And it's coming from different fans. It's not just Falcon fans. People from Detroit, Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay, Carolina, of course. Very few from the Saints. I'm even though I'm on stage with a guy over at Come On In Sports Network. I don't get anything from the Saints pretty much. Although I get them following me, they don't say anything. But I get comments from everybody. But the Bears, Green Bay, people from all over, man, just be coming talking about my content, and I think it has a lot to do too with YouTube finally like pushing my stuff out there, so people will stop and want to hear what a Falcon fan wants to say about a team that they got to play. So, it also depends on who the player I'm talking about too. I know when I
Yeah.
go ahead.
Now I'll finish. I saw you, man. He was on tonight. Come On In Sports.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I looked at it for a minute. I liked it. I hit the like button and
yeah.
and gave him another view.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He good people. He a Saints fan. Very good people. He got us linked up to go to watch the college all-star game. He got us linked up to go see that, got us all credentials and everything, man, to go interview players and all that type of stuff. I didn't get a chance to go this year. But yeah, he got us all linked up to get those things every year, man, to go interview players before they go enter the draft.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, real good people. He's real good people. He's trying to build something big over there, man. He's not just stuck on doing YouTube videos, content, stuff like that, man. He try to put his face out there. He try to put the platform out there. So if you part of the platform, yeah, you riding with him. I mean, he working for you too. Because I mean, on that platform we got Eagles, Bills, Browns, of course the Saints. I think it's some Carolina. Yeah, some Carolina guy on there. He does content. Green Bay guy, Detroit. Yeah, there's some guys on there from different teams on that platform, man, that he done linked up with. Got everybody to come on. Like when we do the draft, everybody comes on and do the draft from all teams. So he does pretty good with that. But he about our age, 3 Dirty. He about our age. He up there.
Okay.
So, yeah. He good people. He good. Now the way we do our show, like if I'm doing a show with him, we'll actually do the show, whatever the show about. But when we get ready to wrap up, right before we wrap up, we get into this Saints Falcons rivalry, talking trash type ordeal, and that's how we wrap up the show. Everybody loves it, man. It's a gimmick, but it works.
Okay. So no matter what y'all be doing, y'all go to y'all separate corners and come out swinging.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But like I think we were talking about I think it was during draft night. Yeah, I think it was during the draft. We did the draft round by round. We did our thing. But when we got about time to wrap the draft up, we got to talking trash and giving shout out to the the rivalry. Time for the league to recognize the rivalry between the Saints and the Falcons and all that type of stuff. How it's underrated. Yeah, like And I come up with some smart comment like, "Yeah, y'all still trying to play catch up. We own y'all now, right? We up on y'all. I say some mess like that to get us started." Yeah, but he knows all what what it leads up to, and he dials right in, and then the chat starts lighting up again. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, so that's what it's all about, man. Getting the Saints, and it's mostly all Saints, man. Very few. I think Red Swarm, he comes through there every time. Uh,
Okay.
Shoot, we just had CPG trying to get I don't know if Red Swarm's ever been up through here, but
yeah, he's been on here before. He
oh,
didn't stay.
okay,
He was on here before. Yeah,
all
yeah.
right,
He's the one that got the there's a logo with like a Falcon logo, but it's a human being superhero type guy with the
yeah,
mask.
Yeah.
That's Red Swan. He's everywhere, man.
yeah.
He's
Shoot,
Yeah, he
I've been
everywhere, boy.
trying to, yeah, shoot, cause shoot, CPG was up in the chat. You ever know got Red Swarm up here? I'm like, I don't think he's ever been up on the panel, but shoot,
Yeah,
send it over to him, tell him he's welcome. He said he'd fucking
yeah.
do it. So
And he don't miss if he's on here, if he's in the chat, he's coming on. He's coming on. Especially we talking about some good Falcon football. Yeah, he's coming on. He's that guy.
he good and good at it too now.
Yes, sir. Yes,
He
sir.
good at it. And look, can talk trash with with the best of them.
That part.
Well, he can talk trash with the best of them, boy.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's
Yeah.
all about, man. Good fan rivalry, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Respect rivalry. Yeah. See, I don't. One thing I don't do, I don't get into. Uh, it's a couple of them out there like that, man. They go at their own fans. You know what I mean? I don't do that. I don't get out to calling somebody, like they don't know what they're talking about. Every fan have their own opinion, right? And I value every fan opinion, and I don't come down on them because of that, because they have an opinion. Because truth be told, none of us are coaches, right? None of us are analysts. None of us are gurus of this thing. We're fans at the end of the day, man, expressing our opinion. So when somebody comes on my show, man, and express their opinion, I'm not gonna come down on them saying you don't know what you're talking about and all that type of mess. No, I don't do that, man. A fan's a fan to me, at the end of the day.
Yeah, I commented on somebody's page. They was talking about something like that, and I told them, I said, shoot, when I first discovered, I think it was 2019, when I discovered that there were actually content creators that was on YouTube that I could look at 24 hours a day and see some type of content concerning the Falcons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I was elated.
Yeah.
What's my man name? Rise Up Rundown.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, man.
Jazzy Jeff.
Shout out to Rise Up Rundown, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jazzy
I was
Jeff.
dabbling with him. Yeah, man. Shout out to yeah, man. Yeah, man. I don't. Me and Jazzy Jeff, we yeah, he came on here several years ago, man. Back when obviously this channel was a completely different thing, and we didn't. I'll go ahead and say it, man. Obviously me being at the time not, very not, really not knowing shit, you
Mm.
know, as I do now, so yeah, but I mean, shoot, yeah, Jazzy Jeff is a good dude, man. And shout out to Rise Up Rundown. Shout out to man. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of who else there is to shout out. Really.
Well. When I first, I got them all wrote down, man. I didn't realize that I had signed on to that many people, man.
Yeah.
What's my man CC Ryder? He ain't been on in a while. I used to like his channel. He did a lot of like reaction stuff. After the games, and he didn't do no lives or nothing, but he used to come
Right.
on and
Yeah.
talk about the games. Pound for pound.
Yeah. Yeah.
JR, man, I miss JR, man.
Yeah.
He posted a new video a little bit ago.
He did. He came on and he stuck his head out the door, and I thought he was gonna start doing a lot of video. But yeah, JR, pound for pound. Then I got hooked up with Smitty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Smitty and AFN and
Right. Right.
let's go on and on.
I think I had when I first started doing it. I think who was it? I jumped on AFN, matter of fact, and it was with Mike. and Mad Mike and them. And I
Yeah.
made a comment. They had opened the channel up, and I said, "Let me get on here and say something." And I came on there, and they highlighted my comment. And the first thing they said, like, "Who the hell is Cowboy?" Cowboy.
That's crazy, ain't it?
Somebody said, "Who the hell is Cowboy?" So
Right.
when they finally brought my picture up, and I got on there, and they kept me on though. They kept me on. Everybody else was leaving. They kept me on. But and one thing I do, man, I welcome everybody, to my channel respectfully. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, because truthfully, I don't know everybody. I see people's names, but I don't know them personally because I don't see them at the game, and I don't be out there like I'm gonna be this year. You know what I mean? This year I'm gonna be out there. People gonna know who I am. You know what I mean? I'm gonna push that. But in the past, I go to a game, man. I go to my seat and I stay in that game, stay in my seat unless I got to use the restroom or I'm going to pick up another beer or something like that.
And
But
that's why I say though, like this year, shoot, we might just do a get together at every game to be honest, but we definitely I'm pushing that Ravens game,
yeah,
you
for sure.
know,
Yeah,
at Ravens game. That's going to be the game. We're trying to get people to that game.
yeah,
You know
yeah.
we're really early in the season, man. Early in the season,
Matter of fact, when I do my season prediction, that's what I'm gonna push. That everybody needs to make that primetime game, and that Ravens game, man. That thing is gonna be crazy lit. It's gonna. I mean, with that defense we got, man, that offense now running a whole totally different new offense, man. The 12, 13 personnel offense, man. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, you have to expect the best, right? Because of what happened last year with Raheem. You know, coming into this season, you got a whole lot more discipline, a lot more structure, a better offense with a hell of a lot more talent. And you talk about somebody, hopefully somebody who can put that together, right? He got the team that he wanted. He came here. He's like, wow. You know, I mean, it probably, hopefully, he looked at this team and saw that it's better than what he expected. And then he brought a coaching staff with him to help him put it all together. And if things go crazy, he can say, "Hey, Bill Callahan, look, I need your help." Or better yet, Callahan to see beforehand because he's been down that road. He see it before it happens and let him know, like, "Hey, man, look, this is what we need to do." But at the very least, if Stefanski messes up, Bill Callahan is there. Even Alex Van Pelt, both of them are there to help him with that offense.
Man, Stefanski is gonna manage that team, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Reese said something early on when he first one of his first pressers. He said that Stefanski is like his caddy.
Yeah.
And I thought about that, right? And
Uh-huh.
I said that's a very strategic way to say that he gonna run that offense.
Right.
And Stefanski, if you play golf, you know how important a good
Right.
caddy is
Right.
to a golfer. Every now and then, you might ask your caddy for a club, certain club, and that caddy says, "No, you don't need. No,
Yeah.
you don't need to do that. You don't need to use that club on this one."
Right.
Why not? Because the caddy studies the course,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and the caddy is familiar with the course,
Right.
and he allows the golfer to make the plays until he see that the golfer is asking for the wrong club, and he might say, "Wait a minute,
Yeah.
you don't need to go that way with it.
Hey,
You
that
might
cat
need to
might be that one that say, "Hey, that wind done picked up a little bit. You might
right."
change your club."
See the caddy on over there on the side over there. He the one reaching over there, reaching out there, grabbing some of that tall grass and throwing it in the air.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. See that nobody sees that.
Yeah, that
And
part.
like you said, he'll go over there and say, "Look, man, the wind done picked up a little bit.
Yeah.
You might need to drive it low and hard."
Yeah. Or better
Yeah,
yet, hey man, look, they cut that grass at about 8 o'clock this morning. So it's a little wet.
it's still wet now.
Yeah, it's a little wet.
Yeah, and when he said that, I like the way he said that. He said Stefanski is my caddy.
Yeah, good point.
You know, yeah. Stefanski, he got all the clubs.
Mm.
He gonna they probably gonna work on the scheme.
Mm-hmm.
But I said, look, I'm gonna run these set of plays. Stefanski might say, I don't know. But if you go back and look at the games, I watched games where Stefanski was calling plays, and then I went after the 8th game and looked at how Reese was calling his game. Let me tell you something, man. They went and got that other Robinson boy because they're gonna put some pressure on run defenses.
Yeah, for sure. It's the reason
If
why
you go back and
got them tight ends.
especially look at that Bengals game. Just go back and look at that Bengals game and just watch the running plays that they were running, man.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh man,
Yeah,
this is gonna be something.
yeah. Bijan is gonna be legendary this season. He's gonna be legendary. We know Drake gonna get his 9 to 1,000 yards. All right, we know he's gonna get that. But Bijan, that's one of the things you have to say, man. You have to scratch your head and wonder, like, what is we're in for with Bijan? Because people don't understand the moves that he make. Those are not normal running back moves.
No, they're not.
That's not normal. I think there are very few running backs that ran like that. There are very few. You got the Barry Sanders who ran like that. Jameer Gibbs runs like that now, but he's a little heavier than Bijan too. But there are
you think so?
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, Bijan.
Okay.
No, my bad. I got that flip. Bijan is bigger than Jameer.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why I was wondering. I was like, wait a minute now.
But the thing is, now what's his name? Todd Gurley. He started out running like that, and then he got injured. You had no, not even Tony Dorsett ran like that. So, like I said, it's very few, and the one that could run like that, I mean, they got behind the offensive line and couldn't do what he could do. Right? Barry Sanders had to make his own offensive. He had to make his own. He had to create his own hole. That man was hopping, skipping, and jumping through everything, and that's what Bijan.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he won't have to do that. Hopefully, them holes with this line. I think I'm banking on that this line is going to be able to do some things for Bijan that allows him to be even better than what we expect